going to be you and Miss Norman today?
At least for the first two witnesses, for Miss Glick, and are you talking about attorneys? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, great, thank you.
And I apologize, Miss Norman and Mr. Santos. Buenos dias, as we say here in Santa Fe. How are you?
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias.
Morning.
We've got about, well, it depends on where you are actually, altitude wise, but we've got 1 to 2 inches like right here in downtown and still have little tiny flakes falling. I've forgotten, where exactly are you guys?
We're at the company's offices in Austin.
Austin, that's in Texas, right? I know, it's a joke.
Yes. It's going to be 70 degrees today and 20 degrees colder tomorrow, apparently.
Wow. Well, I have a friend who just moved here from Austin, Texas, and he was a denizen of the Elephant Room. Do you know what that is? You've been
Jazz
there.
club down the street, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I can mention his name is, well, his name is Russell. You don't happen to know Russell, the guitar player, do you?
I don't.
Such a small world, try to make some connections. And we've got a few minutes to get to know each other and talk about anything but this case. Anyhow, it's an opportunity. I was talking with Mr. Lee a little bit and we made some unusual connections. We are on YouTube already, so I have to keep it light, so to speak.
Right.
So Mr. Santos, you're a saint. Is that what I hear?
No, that may be what the name implies, but I don't think my mother or my wife would agree with that yet.
That was a line to get a good, I could be a straight man for the comedians. Hey, people checking in. Who is this? That's Miss Glick. Wow, a face behind the name.
Morning.
Good morning. Been reading your stuff and wondering what Debbie Glick looks like. And there she is. We had a Carolyn Glick here who was a hearing examiner for quite a while. Have you ever met Carolyn?
No, but apparently there are a lot of influential Glicks in the energy space between Richard Glick and I guess Carolyn Glick. So,
well, let's Glick away. There's Mr. Marks. Mr. Marks, how's your motorcycle today?
Parked.
Parked. Well. Is it snowing where you are?
Yeah, there's about, the roads aren't bad, but there was around 1.5 inches at my house or something.
Yeah, in Santa Fe, there's 1 to 2, but the roads kind of are bad. They're slippery. I was slip sliding away about a half hour ago. What kind of motorcycle do you ride, Mr. Marks?
It's a Ducati. Actually, I have 2 Ducatis.
Did you ask Mr. Lennon how many motorcycles he has?
Uh,
I thought you said, how many motorcycles do you have, Mr. Lennon? Mr. Lennon has about 5 of them at last count.
Really?
Yeah, really. We'll have to talk someday when we're not doing this stuff.
Well, Mr. Sidler is a motorcycle rider.
I did not know that. Well, we are all motorcyclists at heart or something like that.
Yeah. And Mr. Sidler makes up for the fact that my motorcycle stays parked way too often. He puts a lot of miles on his.
Well, you have the Ferrari of motorcycles. So I don't know, for the non-motorcyclist crowd, it's all about those little bells that don't have springs on them,
That's right. Yeah, that's right. You're a little bit of a gearhead, I can tell.
I'm surprised that I know about that.
Yes.
Well, I have a 1985 Goldwing that I rebuilt from nothing. I mean, I took it down to nothing and then rebuilt it. So yes, I am a little bit of a gearhead. Let's see if we have all the cast of characters. Welcome, Mr. Bagatko. Let's check your audio, see if it works.
How's that?
It's great. Mr. Smith, check your audio. Switch in.
Good morning, Mr.
Good
Lennon.
morning. How are you today?
Doing well, thanks. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I don't know. I feel really good this morning. I guess the coffee must be strong. Miss Lynch, she's smiling. How are you, Miss Lynch?
Oh, I'm just Glad to be here.
Amen to that. That's wonderful. No one's made fun of my Baltimore accent yet, so that's a good day.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Mr. Sidler rides a Goldwing.
Does he really?
Yes, he
I have
does.
two. I have an 1800 6-cylinder, and I have a 1200. And the 1200 is to replace a 1200 that I purchased new back in 1985. And I took it to Europe. I flew it over.
Oh,
Yeah, I flew it over there on a 737 out of Toronto, and ended up in the Middle East on my 85 after touring Europe on it. So it's a really long, really crazy story that I'll have to share with you,
oh.
fellow motorcyclist.
Well, I hope there are pictures too.
There are photographs. So I probably have your business address, but I don't send it over business stuff. So I'll get it to you somehow. Okay. Or do we have all the cast of characters ready? Getting back to the real world here. Yes, we do. I believe so. We've got a lawyer, Miss Glick, Miss Norman. Well, wait a minute now. Let me see something. Pardon me. Okay, our agreement, or your agreement really, is to examine Miss Glick at this point, and then go to Mr. Sidler, and then have Mr. Elsie. That's what my notes are showing. There's Mr. McMillan. Now we got all the cast of characters. You were the most stoic of the bunch. You know that, right? And I mean that as a compliment. We're not on the record yet, of course.
I'll take that in the spirit in which it was intended, Judge.
Intended as a compliment. Yeah, you can't, the birds can only catch animals that are moving on the ground. Those raptor guys, they would never catch you because you don't move very much. Okay.
I will try not to get picked up by a hawk during this hearing.
There you go. Absolutely. But proverbial hawk or a actual hawk? There are proverbial hawks in this trade. Anyhow, so we haven't gone on the record yet, as I just said. We have Miss Glick and Mr. Sidler. Then we have perhaps Mr. Elsley, very likely, as a live testimony. Are we ready to go back on the record just to get this case moving? It's about 9 o'clock. Everybody good with that? Excellent. And so now we got to behave, and I'll try my best. Mr. Lee, good morning, Mr. Lee, and back on the record. It is now approximately 9:01, so we're nice and timely. It is February 17th, 2022. This is the continuation of case number 21-00200UT. I'm going to read the caption for the record. In the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application to amend its certificates, of public convenience and necessity to convert Harrington Generation Station from coal to natural gas for authorization to accrue allowance for funds used in construction and for other associated relief. So I'm stating that for the record because we're starting a third day. This is our third day of proceedings. We started testimony on the first day, continued to the second. We ended about 5:30 on the first day or so. Yesterday, we ended a bit early, which was nice. Today, we have, by agreed schedule of the parties, which I adopted, we're going to proceed with the testimony of witness Glick, who is present. Then we'll get to witness Jack D. Sidler. And by agreement and by a ruling, I think I made a ruling on it, we're going to have live testimony even of Ben R. Elsley, who has already testified. Prior to coming on the record, everybody checked in, and I appreciate everyone for being very timely. We had really non-substantive, that would be an understatement, discussions having nothing to do with this case whatsoever. Everybody would agree to that, correct? Yes, I see heads nodding up and down for the record.
Mr. Lennon, what could be more substantive than motorcycles?
A few 100,000 things, to answer your question. So I think that's probably the least substantive matter in this particular case. And that is, in fact, mostly what we discussed and just how wonderful a day it is. We've got a couple inches of snow here in Santa Fe. The official notice from the PRC said everybody should report to work at 10 o'clock unless you telecommute. So I think I'm a telecommuter, even though I come into the office. And that's where I am. We are about to continue with this case. I'll ask all parties before we swear in the witness. Are there any other matters we need to address before we swear in this witness and continue with testimony? I'll start with SPS, Mr. Santos or Ms. Norman. Anything else?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Mr. Marks, anything?
Not yet.
Okay. We could talk about the breaks. I just remember we try to take a break every hour to give us a break, and especially to give Mr. Lee a break because he's working really hard. So I try to find an opportune time. Be honest, I'm known to forget about that and plug through past the hour. So I don't mind if you guys remind me. If we get to lunch, and I presume that we will, we'll try to take an hour. We usually take it between, say, 11:30 and 1:30 or so. We've already done that on the previous day, so you guys know how that works pretty much. Ms. Glick might not know it. Mr. Bogotko, anything else we needed to address before we begin testimony?
No, other than there was just an email explaining that I guess all state buildings are closed, but I'm already here. I've got both feet in this thing, so I'm not going anywhere. Thank you.
Excellent. I got that email like 7:30 in the morning or something. So you must have slower email than me. It happens. I mean, I get stuff hours after it's sent to me, and I wonder where it is in cyberspace. So anyhow, Mr. McMillan, is there anything else we need to talk about?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Smith, anything else? Okay.
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. And I do appreciate that we actually enunciate that to get it on the record. Ms. Lynch, we're ready to start testimony. Do you have any reason we should not?
I say let's get rolling.
Amen to that. There's the spirit. Okay. Mr. Lee, would you please swear in Ms. Glick?
Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Glick, I'm not going to guess which one of you two are going to do it. So go ahead, Sierra Club.
Good morning. This is Jason Marks for Sierra Club. Ms. Glick, can you give your name for the record?
Devi Glick,
And who are you employed by?
Synapse Energy Economics,
And you're appearing today on behalf of which party?
Sierra Club.
Okay. Do you have in front of you the document marked as Sierra Club Exhibit 1?
Yeah,
And can you identify that document, please?
my direct testimony.
Okay. And was that prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And now, can you identify the document that's been identified as Sierra Club Exhibit 1A?
Sorry, I don't, is that the redacted version or is that my errata?
That would be what we marked as 1A is the first notice of errata.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that? Now, was that, aside from the first page, which was prepared by myself, the affidavit and do you see that affidavit on the second page?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are all the statements in that affidavit true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And the information in the table 1 attached thereto, is that true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And now can you look at the document that's been labeled as Exhibit 1B, which would be the second notice of the errata?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Okay. And again, excluding the first page, which was prepared and signed by myself. Pages 2 through 7, do you see those tables?
Yes.
Okay, and that would be tables 8 through 12. Errata,
Yes.
is the information in those tables true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And was that information prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now let's go back to Exhibit 1. Is the information in Exhibit 1 true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
The information is accurate, except anything that conflicts with what was filed in my errata can be just discarded, basically.
Could we be a little clearer than that? Would you agree that the tables that are replaced in your errata they're inaccurate?
That's correct. Yeah.
In Exhibit 1?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So with the exception of the tables that are replaced by the errata Exhibit 1B and any references that are inconsistent to that, is the remainder of the information in Exhibit 1 true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And if I asked you the questions today that are asked in Exhibit 1, would your answers be the same as Exhibit 1 as modified by the second errata?
Yes.
Okay. With that, I would move for the omission of Sierra Club Exhibit 1, Exhibit 1A, and Exhibit 1B.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Just a few questions for you, actually, before we check for objections. I have in my hand the redacted version. Is the redacted version of the direct testimony of Debbie Glick the version you intend to admit into the record? Or is it the non-redacted version?
Mr. Lennon, the Sierra Club intends to have both admitted. It is, and I should have been clearer about that. If it's more convenient for you, we should maybe take the redacted version first.
Well, the reason I ask, I'm looking at your proposed exhibit list, and your Sierra Club exhibit number 1 actually literally lists with an S, the redacted version.
And Mr. Lennon,
Yes, sir.
could I suggest that we, I would like to address the confidential version, but since the redacted version raises its own, set of issues in terms of the errata, I think it would be more efficient if we could get the redacted version in, if I can, and then move on to the confidential version.
I agree with you. You understand the source of my confusion. You actually listed the redacted as your exhibit.
I understand that, and I think it's probably our confusion with the instructions, and I'll see what we can do there. But
okay,
I would, at this point, Sierra Club moves the admission of Exhibit 1A, the redacted public version, Exhibit 1, the redacted public version, Exhibit 1A and 1B.
Okay, let's see if there's an objection to 1A, the redacted version of the direct testimony and exhibits of Debbie Glick. I don't know who's going to speak for SPS, but I'll ask Mr. Santos.
Actually, Your Honor, I can take that. SPS has no objection to the exhibit, subject to the company's right to cross-examine Ms. Glick and offer the live rebuttal that we've agreed to in response to her changes.
Absolutely, and thank you for putting that on the record once again. Mr. Bogatko, any objection?
No objection, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Smith. Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. Mr. McMillan.
No objection, Your Honor.
And Ms. Lynch?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. So it's coming in because there's been no objection to it coming in. There was a slight qualification from SPS, but I don't think that was actually an objection because of the agreement which the parties have. So exhibit Sierra Club Exhibit 1, the direct testimony and exhibits of Debbie Glick redacted is admitted into the record. Let's talk about the other two, the errata. Yes, sir, Mr. Marks, you had something?
My motion was for all three.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I didn't do it that way. So let's do the remaining two. Then the remaining two were exhibits number 1A and 1B, which were the errata, which were frankly the subject of a, for lack of a better term, controversy prior to the hearing herein, where the parties had already worked out a resolution of the controversy. But nevertheless, exhibit 1A and 1B, which are the errata to Ms. Glick's testimony. Is there any objection to those from SPS, Ms. Norman?
No, Your Honor, subject to the same qualifications, our right to cross-examine Ms. Glick and offer live rebuttal.
Exactly. That was the resolution. Am I correct? Thank you. I don't want to be extra vague, but I don't want to, I don't want to be extra vague. But I'm not a witness, I'm not testifying, and I'm not even a party. So, Mr. Bagato, any objection to 1A and 1B?
No objection to 1A or 1B. Thank you.
Mr. McMillan?
No objection to either, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch.
No objection.
All right. Well, once again, you've made it easy. So exhibit 1 is in, and now exhibit 1A and exhibit 1B. The first notice of errata and the second notice of errata to the testimony of Debbie Glick. They're now evidence and will be considered in the case. So, yes, sir, Mr. Marks.
If I could?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Glick, do you have a document that's labeled Sierra Club Exhibit 2 and the title page is confidential version, direct testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize that as the confidential version of your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is that testimony, was that prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, except to the extent that it is modified or by the errata in Exhibit 1B?
Yes.
Okay. And so if I asked you the same questions today as are contained in Exhibit 2, would your answers be the same as stated in Exhibit 2, except as modified by the tables in 1B?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Lennon, I would move admission of Sierra Club Exhibit 2, which is the confidential version of Ms. Glick's direct testimony, and request that it be admitted to the record but remain under seal and protection of the confidentiality order.
Okay.
So that, and my understanding is that the commission, yourself and the commission, could rely on the confidential information in the record, potentially, I don't think I've ever seen it, a confidential version of a recommended decision, but you could certainly take the information into consideration in making your recommended decision. But we would not obviously want this publicly released without SPS's permission.
Mr. Marks, thank you very much for that. You know, perhaps better than everyone here, the state government intends to be transparent as possible. That's why this hearing is actually one reason it's streamed on YouTube to the entire planet. Anybody that can has internet access sees what's going on, but there are exceptions to that, as you know. And one of them is for proprietary, for example, information. And we do have a confidentiality rule. We there are things which are not subject to public record, and I honor that as much as I possibly can. Well, I do. Let's just put it that way. So what was I about to say? I can't seem to put my hands on the confidential version of it. I probably printed out, but I would appreciate it, Mr. Marks, if you would tell me what's the date of the email that you sent that to me, the confidential version. You know?
I would defer that one to Mr. Smith, who
Oh,
I believe did that.
okay. I'm sorry.
Mr. Hearing Examiner Josh Smith on behalf of Sierra Club. There would be an email from me directly to you, dated, I believe, February 12th.
Okay, I'm just want to put my hand on it. I'm kind of like that.
Yeah, I believe in the subject, email subject, I would have included the confidential in capital letters.
Exactly. I know. I've seen those, and I seem to recall printing it out. But I have a large stack of papers here, and I want to make. I usually like to have the document in my hand, even at this early stage. Hold on, just if you guys would give me just a second here or a moment, please.
Mr. Lennon,
Yes, sir.
my version of it's a very large file. It's possible.
Aha.
Otherwise, it's possible it might not have made it through. You
can send it now if it's easy for you to send it.
What I would ask is, I think our litigation assistant is monitoring this, and we will have her break it into 2 or 3 files and email to you.
Okay. So if we need, that's great. If you could do that now, it'd be great. Or whenever you get to it, because when we start the testimony, we might be referring to it and I kind of need to see it. That could be it, the large files thing. And okay, but I think I can move forward even without having it in my hand now, even though I would rather have it in my hand now. So let's see if there's any objection to Exhibit 2, which is the confidential testimony of Ms. Glick. I'll check with SPS first. Ms. Norman?
No objection, Your Honor, subject to the same qualifications.
Of course. Mr. Bogatko, thank you.
Just to clarify, I'm not going to object to its admission, but since it is a confidential version, if and when we get to the point in this proceeding where somebody thinks they're about to dip into the confidential segments of this document, are we going to have them give us a heads up? Because in past proceedings where I've dealt with confidential information in a public hearing, back in the old days when we actually had a hearing room, we'd clear the gallery, and only people who signed the confidentiality provision would be allowed to stay in the hearing room, and we'd shut the doors and deal with it that way. Are we prepared to do that with this YouTube feed?
Well, it's just a click on my screen, to be honest with you. As you probably know, I just clicked to stop the YouTube feed. Matter of fact, I'm going to look at it right now. Then we have to reconnect is probably the more difficult problem. So it's not just a matter of clicking out. I would ask for a courtesy that if we could do all of the confidential references at one time while we are off, rather than switching on, switching off, switching on, switching off, I would appreciate that. I think that can be, well, it's not an unreasonable request. So that's when we get to there, if we get to that point, and rather than just referring to the confidential, if it's necessary to actually recite the confidential information, then we will go offline. That's the way I would resolve it. Is that satisfactory, Mr. Bogatko?
Thanks for that explanation. I haven't had to deal with this issue yet in Zoom land, so I appreciate that. And once again, I do not object to the admission of the confidential version into evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking of that, okay, we'll just move on. Mr. McMillan, any objection to Sierra Club's exhibit number 2?
No objection, Your Honor.
And Ms. Lynch, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so there being no objection, the confidential direct testimony and exhibits of Debbie Glick are admitted into the record. Sorry to be so ponderous about all this stuff. Now, can we move on to the testimony, Mr. Marks?
Yes, I tender Ms. Glick for cross-examination.
Wonderful. Who wants to go first? Ms. Norman, is this yours?
Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Glick. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. I'm Kate Norman, representing the company in this case. You have in front of you your direct testimony.
Yes,
Okay. And you filed this testimony on January 14th, correct?
that's correct.
And that's just over 5 months after the company filed its case in early August. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, that does.
And you're aware that Sierra Club conducted extensive discovery on the company's direct case, correct?
Yes,
And that included Sierra Club receiving the company's Encompass modeling files early in the discovery process, right?
well, the company tried to provide the files early, but there was an issue with the size limitation of the file sharing software. So there was a delay and a back and forth in getting us the actual modeling files. And then when we got them, they did not actually contain all of the scenarios, the base scenario. So yeah, there was a back and forth. It was not a seamless process.
And Ms. Glick, in your recollection, the company took care of that in about a day, didn't it?
No, we did not get the Encompass files within a day of when we got back the discovery responses. That should have had the Encompass files.
Sierra Club requested those Encompass files in its first set of discovery, didn't it?
Yes, and we did not get those files within a day of when we got the first set of discovery.
Okay, I'll take your answer for that. If you could, Ms. Glick, turn to pages, start with page 8 of your direct testimony.
Great, I'm here.
And so I'm at the very bottom where you start to lay out your recommendations at line 24. Are you there?
Yes,
And if you would turn to the next page with me. Sierra Club's very first recommendation, or your recommendation, is that the commission should deny SPS's request for an order amending its certificate of public convenience and necessity to convert the 3 Harrington units to operate on gas. Did I read that correctly?
yes,
And you would agree with me that that position means that Sierra Club is recommending retirement of all 3 Harrington units, right?
so that all that says is that I am not recommending that SPS get the CCN to convert all 3 units to operate on gas.
Right. And the reason that in your modeling, you ran scenarios that require retirement of all 3 units is because that's the natural consequence of the CCN amendment being denied.
Yes, there's multiple iterations though, retiring 1 unit, retiring 2 units, and 3 units.
I understand. And one of those options is retire all 3 of the units, correct?
That's correct.
And this was your position in your original filed direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you would turn with me to your original table 8, that's in your direct testimony at page 45.
Yep.
Okay. So at the top of the table, you've identified it as the NPVRR results from the Synapse modeling runs, right?
That's correct.
And so you would agree with me that this basically summarizes the modeling runs that you performed on behalf of Sierra Club, right?
That's correct.
It contains the sensitivities that you used, correct?
I missed the first word, I'm sorry.
It contains, table 8 reflects the sensitivities that you modeled.
Yes, some of them, yes.
So are there sensitivities that are not reflected in this table 8, Ms. Glick?
There are alternative depreciation schedule sensitivities that are reflected in future tables.
Right,
I'm
table
sorry,
12.
there are alternative.
Depreciation sensitivities.
And you're thinking of table 12, right, Ms. Glick?
I believe table 10 has some of the results, and then table 12 summarizes the full set of results.
Okay, so going back to table 8, just to orient on the data that's presented here, at the top, you've just duplicated SPS's modeling run results, right?
Just to be clear, the data in the first 4 set of rows is just a repeat of the exact data reported in SPS's testimony. So it's not a result of anything that Synapse ran. This is just copy and pasting the data that was presented in testimony.
That was the question, I think. So, yeah, go ahead.
Examiner Lennon, you took the words out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was suggesting, Ms. Glick. So we agree on that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then moving down the table, you run 4 different scenarios. First under the planning load, correct?
Yes,
And then under the financial load, isn't that right?
correct.
And then finally, you represent or model some CO2 pricing in the bottom rows, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if
My
you
apologies. I'm so sorry. I need to clarify something. I misspoke on the top 4 rows. That is, no, I'm sorry. I'm confusing what I'm seeing here. Continue.
Okay. If you would look with me at the planning load row and
Yep.
the very last scenario there, early retire all Harrington.
Yes,
And moving across that row, you originally modeled $25 million in savings over that longer term horizon, right?
so this is the result of an error in the model that we identified as a result.
We'll get to that. I promise you we'll get to that. But your original modeling showed $25 million in savings for that scenario, didn't it?
Yeah.
And that's what's on the table here.
Yes, exactly.
And then if you move down to the financial load, same scenario, early retire all Harrington, you also modeled at that time $12 million in savings over that longer term period, right?
Yes.
Okay. And these table results are the function simply of your economic modeling. Isn't that right?
Of the Encompass modeling, yes.
Correct. And the Encompass modeling is what you relied on to produce this table.
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Glick, you've never worked for a utility, have you?
I have not.
And you've never been involved in resource planning decisions for a utility?
I have not made resource planning decisions for utility. I have been involved in many IRP processes and stakeholder processes. So you could say I have been involved in resource planning decisions for utilities in that way.
Be involved in resource planning.
Decisions for utilities.
Thank you.
And in that, I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. And in that role, Ms. Glick, you would have been relying on economic modeling the way that you are in this case, right?
Can you repeat that?
You referenced participation in IRP proceedings. That would have been similar capacity to the one you're in today as a consultant performing economic modeling and offering feedback on a utilities proposal. Is that right?
Sometimes it's simply reviewing IRP results and reports and not actually modeling myself. So it's a wide range of analysis and tasks.
Okay. Let's turn to the changes that you've already alluded to. Do you have Sierra Club Exhibit 1A?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so this is called First Notice of Errata to Direct Testimony of Debbie Glick, right?
Correct.
And in the second sentence of that cover pleading, it says, for the reasons explained in the attached affidavit of Debbie Glick, Table 8, page 45 should be replaced with the attached. And it goes on to say, in addition, tables 9, 10, and 11 are known to be erroneous and will be corrected with the second notice of errata that Sierra Club intends to file on Monday, February 14th. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that the company received this on Friday afternoon, right?
Yes.
And we received it in this PDF format.
Just
the
this
tables.
past Friday afternoon, correct?
Yes,
Less
Your
than
Honor.
1 week ago. I want the record to reflect that. Okay, go
6
ahead.
days ago. Thank you. And then Ms. Glick, on Saturday, 5 days ago, are you aware that your counsel emailed the company additional changes from Sierra Club?
Yes.
Okay. And in that email transmission, we were told that we were receiving a complete set of the errata tables. Were you aware of that representation?
I can go back and look at all the emails that, if I would take your word on that.
Okay. And then if you would, again, just to orient on this, do you have Sierra Club Exhibit 1B?
I do, yes.
So this is the second notice of errata. And we received this on Monday, so 4 days ago. Does that sound right to you?
Sure.
And so in the cover pleading on the second errata, it reflects that this is the second notice of errata to the pre-filed direct testimony of Debbie Glick. Tables 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 in the pre-filed testimony should be replaced with the tables attached here too. The second notice of errata includes the material corrected in Sierra Club's first notice of errata and adds corrections which were not available at the time the first notice was filed. Did I read that right?
Yes.
So Ms. Glick, this second notice of errata, which we received on Monday, is the first indication SPS had that you were providing changes to table 12. I'm reading that correctly, aren't I?
I believe there were emails exchanged over the weekend where there was an indication that table 12 was going to be coming as well.
We had asked questions about table 12, Ms. Glick, but that was never represented to be within the scope of your errata per your first errata notice on Friday, which we just read.
Please
I do
don't
apologize. There was
testify.
no intention.
Objection.
Yeah, I'd rather counsel not testify and not discuss the case with the witness and not argue with the witness, and keep your questions in the form of questions, please. Thank you. Ms.
Apologies.
Moore. Sorry.
That's all right. And so Ms. Glick, if you would turn back to your first notice of errata, which contains an affidavit from you.
1A. Yep.
Yes. And your affidavit starts on the second page. Do you have that pulled up?
I do.
Right. And so in your view, the need for the errata was the result of some Encompass software malfunction, right? You identify that in item 4 of your affidavit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now you normally verify the accuracy of your modeling runs before you submit testimony, don't you?
I do.
In fact, that's what allowed you to assert this morning that this information is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, isn't it?
That is correct.
Okay. You go on in the affidavit in item 5 to identify that you and your staff identified an error in evaluating the rebuttal testimony of Ben Elsie. That's what you identify in item 5, isn't it?
Yes.
And you go on to say, I determined that Mr. Elsie is correct that our output files did not include SPS's wholesale load. I've read that correctly, haven't I?
Correct.
Ms. Norman, could you help me and direct me to what page of which testimony you're talking about?
Yes, Your Honor. So I'm in Errata, the first notice of Errata.
Okay.
Sierra Club Exhibit 1A, and I'm in Ms. Glick's affidavit.
Okay, pardon me. Go ahead, continue.
And so that starts at the bottom of page 1 onto the top of page 2 of the affidavit.
Okay. Thanks.
And then you go on, Ms. Glick, to attest that the error was not due to your failure to include the data. It simply occurred with your consulting firm using the same input files from the company, right?
We actually reached out to the model developer to find out what happened. And we were told that what we figured out that what happened was Excel used version 5 to run of Encompass, run the modeling files. We updated at Synapse to version 6. When we updated, the Excel files were ported in, and one of the major updates the developer had deployed was to do what's called convert adders, which is what the wholesale load is and what the transmission costs are. Those are all as adders. Those were converted to what's called math functions. So with version 6, those became math functions. Version 6 also had a really bad error the developer immediately identified, which made it impossible to actually run the model. So we reverted back to version 5. But in reverting it, the model no longer knew how to
responsive.
Please don't talk over each other. Thanks.
Ms. Glick, I'm just.
May I finish? May I finish my answer?
Yes, Ms. Glick, please finish, and then Ms. Norman, please continue your interrogation. Go ahead, Ms. Glick.
So when we converted back to version 5, the model no longer knew how to deal with the adders that had been converted in version 6. It's kind of the equivalent to when you're leaving a rental car agency. You can drive over the spikes one way, but if you back up, the spikes will spike your car. We did not realize that happened. And so when I said in my affidavit, we didn't modify the load, we didn't modify the transmission adders, that's accurate. We did not modify any of those things. Unfortunately, in the model update, those got dropped, and we did not realize that until Mr. Elsley identified those.
If I could, Ms. Glick, could you slow down? I think you're making it a little hard for the court reporter.
Thank you, Mr. Marks, I will.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Ms. Norman, I'm sorry I interrupted you. Please continue. Ms. Norman.
So Ms. Glick, thank you, Your Honor. So Ms. Glick, just to confirm, it's your position that this is a result of a modeling error with the software?
The results that were produced, yes, were a result of a modeling error with the software.
Okay. And the bottom line is you agree that the company's wholesale load needs to be included in your modeling runs, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And this makes sense because understanding the load for the company is necessary to model appropriate resource needs, isn't it?
Yes, we were not attempting to make any changes. I don't dispute any of the load input, the necessary of retaining the wholesale load.
Ms. Glick, did you review John Goodenough's testimony, SPS witness John Goodenough's direct testimony?
Yes, I did when it first came out.
Okay, so do you recall that he includes a table that plainly identifies the wholesale load for the company for the years that you were missing?
I don't have it in front of me, but subject to check, I would imagine it would be in there.
Okay, Ms. Glick, if you would turn with me back, I think probably your second notice of errata is the most complete place to go next.
Sure.
And I want to focus on table 8, which
Great, and at table 8.
Okay, and so I have, just to, again, to orient on what we're going to talk about, I have your revised table 8 that was produced in full on Monday. And I have your original table 8 from your file direct testimony. Do you have both of those?
I do, yes.
Okay. And going back to a comment you made and your affidavit, the changes in table 8 are the result of only updating the wholesale load, right?
No, the changes on table 8 are a result of rerunning the model in the updated version 6 of Encompass. Our understanding was the only issue was the wholesale load as identified by Mr. Elzy. However, after talking to the model developer last night and hearing Mr. Elzy yesterday indicate that there was a transmission adder missing, we talked to the developer and realized it was all of the adders that the model had kicked out when we reverted back. So the results in table 8 are the correct results that reflect all of the adders that the company originally modeled.
So Ms. Glick, as you sit here today, this is the first time that you're able to tell the company that there are additional changes that affect the results of your modeling. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mr. Elzy yesterday in testimony, I was listening, identified another error. I'm an expert and have pride in my work and immediately looked at the results and followed up with the model developer. I got a response from him very late last night. That was the first I knew that this was a larger issue. But that does not change the fact that the results in table 8 reflect my taking the company's results and running them as the company intended them to be run without the model error that originally showed up as a result of using an older version of the software.
So Ms. Glick, I think you're providing an explanation. Well, let me try this. So you agree with me that just now is the first time that you've been able to identify for the company, the hearings examiner, and the other parties in this case, that there are other issues driving the new results in your tables, correct?
So what I had claimed my results in table 8.
Objection, non-responsive. I'm just trying to understand the yes, no answer here.
Can you please,
Go ahead, Ms. Glick, you can answer yes or no.
I'd love if she would repeat the question.
If you would, Ms. Norman, please.
Sure, I'd be glad to. Ms. Glick, I'm just, for clarity's sake, just trying to understand. As we sit here this morning, this is the first time that you have been able to identify for the company, for the hearing examiner, and the other parties that there are other changes to the modeling that drive the revised results that you have produced, correct?
There were no changes to the modeling that I made. I am identifying errors that the model had. I want to be clear because I literally put the company's files in and hit play. I want to make it clear that I did not make any changes to any of these inputs.
And Ms. Glick, I'm not disputing that there are changes to the transmission adders in the data.
Yep.
I'm simply trying to understand whether, or confirm that this is the first time you've been able to identify that issue.
Yes,
That
and
is
so I submitted an errata to indicate that those results were no longer the current ones to be relied on. And to be helpful to the commission, I provided the new results that should be relied on. I certainly understand the need to try to evaluate the errors, but for the commission, I am not providing, I've made clear that the errata version is not the one that should be relied on to understand our case and the analysis of the company's modeling.
Ms. Glick, I think you just said the errata version is not the one to be relied on. Is that your position?
I apologize. I totally misspoke. The original is not the one to be relied on. Thank you. The errata is the one that should be relied on.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Including the information you received late last night about a larger issue. That has no effect on the table number 8, which I have in Exhibit 1B. Is that your testimony?
That's correct.
Well, why do we even have to mention it if there's no change to this data?
I was answering the questions that Ms. Norman was asking me.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Glick. Go ahead, Ms. Norman.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Ms. Glick, as we sit here, the changes driving the new results we have in front of us are related to adding wholesale load and reflecting the transmission adders, correct?
There might be other changes. It is a reflection of all of the adders. So any data the company was modeling in Encompass as an adder, all of those are now correctly reflected. I'm saying this because there could be other adders that the company modeled that were also omitted in the original version, which I'm saying is erroneous and should not be relied on.
Okay, Ms. Glick, let me turn to a little bit different issue in table 8. At the bottom, you model CO2 pricing, don't you?
I do, yes.
Okay. And your modeling assigns a CO2 price as soon as January 2022. Isn't that right?
I believe so. I apologize. I have to look at the exact date it was in the model.
Okay. And there's not currently any federal policy for a carbon price adder, is there?
It's not currently implemented, no.
And there's no statewide policy in New Mexico of a carbon price adder, is there?
No, there are state regulations, and as I stated in my testimony, part of the role of the CO2 price is to represent potential future regulations that would limit CO2.
And I'm glad you mentioned potential future, because as we sit here today, there is no state policy that requires CO2 pricing, correct?
Correct. It's a sensitivity that evaluates a risk, which is something that many companies regularly do, is to try to understand a potential risk in the future.
Understood. So I assume you still have your original table 8 and your errata table 8 in front of you. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, just to try to understand the changes between your original results and your revised results, I want to spend some time walking through your changes, okay? And I'm going to attempt to share my screen. We'll see how that goes. Mr. Lennon, do you think that's a function?
I have to authorize that, I think. Let's see, give me a second here. Just a moment. I don't think I've authorized anyone to share the screen, so that's why it's not coming up. Just a moment.
Judge,
Yeah,
if you hover at the bottom of the screen, there should be a bar that says security. If you click on that, it'll say share screen.
okay, thank you, sir.
That was off the record.
Now let's see if it works. Can you try it now, Ms. Norman? Because I authorized everyone to do it, not you specifically. See if it works. Can you share? Did you push the share button?
Still working on it. I think I'm doing it right. Do you now see?
Okay.
Okay. Maybe that worked. And I'd be glad to make it larger, Ms. Glick, or Hearings Examiner Lennon, if anyone would like it to be a little bit larger. Can you guys see that?
Well, I'm holding it in my hand, so I like the paper rather than screen, but go right ahead.
So Ms. Glick, you can see in the upper right-hand corner, this is Sierra Club Exhibit 1B, your second notice of errata.
Yes.
You see? Okay, thank you. So I'm just scrolling to the second page, and what I have attempted to do for my own understanding is identify where there are changes to your table 8.
So keep in mind that the modified version with the yellow highlighting is not the exhibit in this case. I just want to remind you of that. You're not referring to the exhibit, you're referring to a modified exhibit.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I'm just.
Well, I think it's my duty to announce that on the record and to the public at large The version you have on the screen has yellow highlighting. The version I admitted does not have yellow highlighting. So this is not actually the admitted document. It is the admitted document with your yellow highlighting. So go ahead, Ms. Norman.
Absolutely, Your Honor. And just for the sake of trying to do this virtually, I was attempting a somewhat straightforward way of doing some comparison.
Sorry to interrupt you.
So Ms. Glick, in table 8 under the planning load, as I compare your original table to your revised table, do you agree with me that the net present value under the convert all Harrington option changed in your revisions?
In the planning load, yes.
Okay. And in the planning load, retain 1 gas, Harrington, retire 2, all 4 of those numbers changed, didn't they?
Are you referring to all 4 across that row?
I am, yes, exactly.
Yes.
Okay. And in the retain 2 gas, Harrington, retire 1, 3 of those 4 numbers changed in this row going across, didn't they?
Yes.
And in the early retire all Harrington scenario, all 4 of those numbers changed, correct?
Yes.
And then just moving down in this table to the financial load for the convert all Harrington, both of the net present value amounts changed across that row, didn't they?
Yes.
And then the retain 1 gas unit, retire 2, 3 of those values changed in the row, didn't they?
Yes, the corrected values for everything you've highlighted was updated and is now different.
Okay, that answer helps with some efficiency here. Thank you, Ms. Glick, for pointing that out. And so moving through your errata changes to table 9. Again, this is my highlighting in an attempt to be communicative. It is not reflective of Sierra Club Exhibit 1. But to do a similar comparison here, Ms. Glick, between your original table 9 and your revised table 9, all of the values on that table changed, didn't they?
Yes.
And that makes sense because what this table is illustrating is a breakdown of the cost components for one of your scenarios, right?
Yes.
And that's the early retire all scenario, isn't it?
Yes.
And so this now calculated $183 million in costs on table 9 ties back to $183 million in costs on your prior table on table 8.
That's correct.
So continuing with the same exercise here on table 10, again, the highlighting is mine in an attempt to be communicative. It's not reflective of the Sierra Club exhibit. But do you agree with me that all of the values that Synapse modeled in table 10 have changed with your updates?
Yes.
And again, table 11, all of those values changed other than the $0 amount under convert all Harrington units, correct?
Yes. So none of the original values that were updated should be relied on by the commission. I've been clear that they're no longer helpful. The errata version should be relied on.
Okay. And then finally, your table 12, which I think is one of the tables you mentioned previously. Here you modeled alternative financing and plant recovery assumptions, correct?
Yes.
And again, the highlighting is mine. It is not reflective of what Sierra Club has submitted on Exhibit 1B. Do you agree with the highlighting here under the first scenario that reflects changes from your original table to your revised table?
Yes.
Okay, and same question for the next row. Is this highlighting accurate of changes in your errata?
Yes, I believe so.
Well, the first column didn't change, did it, Ms. Norman? You have highlighted the names of the titles of the lines, and that actually hasn't changed, right?
The net present value, the NPVs have all changed, which is why they're all highlighted, even if the delta changed.
Well, the title of each line, like convert all Harrington, retain 1 gas Harrington, retire 2, none of those were changed despite the fact that they are now highlighted on the screen, right?
Well, if you look in the column labeled NPV, those numbers have changed, which is, I believe, why they were highlighted.
Thank you. I see the first column. There's actually a first column before the first column, which is the title of each line.
Yes, Your Honor, you are correct. That Ms. Glick did not change these words in her updated tables.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Lennon, it appears we're getting confused by the use of this demonstrative exhibit. And I've got my own witness explaining why Ms. Norman
I heard that.
has done things, and I hate to say it's about my own witness, but I don't think she's competent to read Ms. Norman's mind. And I think this is just confusing. I understand why Ms. Norman presented it, but Ms. Glick has acknowledged that at this point that all of the NPV numbers have changed with the errata, and I don't know how it's helpful to the record to go through each one.
Well, it's helpful to indicate the reliability of what is now claimed to be the correct data. So I think the cross-examination may be just to impeach the reliability of any data. And I'm going to let her continue, Mr. Marks. So did you have another argument?
No, I hear your ruling.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marks. Yeah, it was a bit obscure, but that is the ruling. So go ahead, Ms. Norman, you can continue your cross-examination of this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So that concludes this highlighted document. And I think I can stop the screen share.
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
And we can go back to a world of the paper or screens in front of us. Ms. Glick, do you still have table 8 in front of you?
The errata or the original?
Well, both, actually.
Yes.
Well, Ms. Glick, if you had both of them, the answer to do you have it was yes. So I'd ask us all to be kind to each other and not make each other's lives more difficult, rather make each other's lives more easy. So if we could all just take a deep breath a little bit, and then we'll continue looking at all this stuff. Okay, Ms. Norman, continue, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so I'm in table 8, and Ms. Glick, I just want to return to the planning load row that you modeled. It's the second kind of main row there. Are you with me?
Table, I have both of them, but I want to know which of the versions of table 8 are you asking me to look at?
We can start with your original testimony.
Okay.
Okay, so in your original testimony, under the planning load item, the very last scenario you modeled was early retire all Harrington. Are you with me on that row?
Yes.
And you've already confirmed, well, let me start in the short term. Your original table showed $188 million in costs for the period of 2022 to 2024, correct?
Yes.
And then under your changes, those costs went up to $197 million for that same period, right?
Correct.
Objection.
Yes, sir.
I think that's not the facts and evidence. The columns that Ms. Norman's referring to are not the cost columns, they're the delta columns.
Ms. Norman, be honest with you, while you were asking the question, I was paging through my 2 versions, trying to find them while you were asking the question. So I can't even rule on the objection. Could you restate your question?
I can.
Okay,
So,
then you can re-object, Mr. Marks. Go ahead. Now I've got him in my hand.
Ms. Glick, in your original table 8, under the planning load, the early retire all Harrington scenario, you calculated a delta of $188 million.
Yes.
Correct? And that $188 million is $188 million more in costs compared to the baseline scenario of converting all 3 units, correct?
Yes.
And under your revised table 8, that $188 million delta increased to $197 million delta compared to the base case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Same row, next column over, in the years 2022 to 2041, your original table 8 calculated a delta of a negative $25 million, correct?
Yes.
And that reflects that under your calculations, there would be $25 million in savings compared to the $0 baseline of converting all 3 units in that same column, correct?
Yes.
And then if we move to your revised table 8, same scenario under the planning load, you reflect a delta of $183 million, correct?
Correct.
And that's now a positive number, correct?
Correct.
Which reflects an increase of $183 million compared to the $0 baseline of convert all 3 units, right?
Yes, and that just in the planning load scenario, that is what the results show.
Yes, yes. Okay, so now if you would turn with me in your I was gonna say your original direct testimony, but it's your only direct testimony. So in your direct testimony, at page 40.
Slow down and give me a minute to get there.
Early.
Good, got it. Go ahead, Ms.
Are you
Norman.
there?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. And Ms. Glick, you have your testimony there?
I do, yes.
So on page 40, and I'm at the page number at the bottom. Is that how you're orienting as well?
Yes. I have a paper copy printed out. Let me just make sure it's identical. Yes.
Okay, so you're heading 5 there at line 4, section 5 at line 4.
Yep.
Your heading reads, Synapse's modeling finds that it is the lowest cost scenario to retire all Harrington units. And it is a no regrets decision to retire unit 1 at Harrington. Did I read that correctly?
You did, yes.
And so based on your testimony this morning, we should discard that first clause, correct? Because it is no longer true that Synapse's modeling finds that it is the lowest cost scenario to retire all Harrington units, right?
That's correct.
And so if you would, Ms. Glick, in this section of your testimony, turn to page 43, please.
Yes.
And just to orient, at the bottom of 43, you're asked the question, what did you find when you made the changes and tested the sensitivities outlined above? You provide an answer, don't you, on pages 43 and 44, correct?
Yes.
And on page 45, you have your original table 8, don't you?
Yes.
And of course, that's the table we've spent time talking about this morning, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. So back at the bottom of page 43, at line 22, you state, I find that retiring all units results in a lower NPVRR than converting Harrington to operate on gas, as shown in table 8 below. Did I read that right?
You did, that's correct.
And so that was true in your original calculations, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it's not true based on your revised calculations, is it?
No, it is still true. Under some of the sensitivities and scenarios, that statement is still true. It is still lower cost to retire all units than to convert all under some of the sensitivities and scenarios, and even in the Errata table 8.
And so, Ms. Glick, it is not true for the planning load over the period of 2022 to 2041, is it?
That's not what that sentence says, but it's not true for the planning load, but that is not what that sentence says.
You're right. So if you were going to revise this statement in your testimony, it would need to include the qualifications you just narrated, wouldn't it?
No, it would not. It is accurate as written.
Okay, let me try this again. So you say, I find that retiring all units results in a lower NPV-RR than converting Harrington to operate on gas. That is not true for your early retire all Harrington under the planning mode for the 20-year period in your table 8, is it?
That's correct. It's not true. That's not what that sentence says. It says it refers to table 8, which has many different sensitivities and results in it.
Ms. Norman,
Ms. Glick.
sometimes it makes sense to not ask the next question. I see what I see.
Understood. Ms. Glick, continuing on the bottom of page 43. You say, specifically, our results show that SPS would save roughly $25 million if it chose to retire all 3 Harrington units instead of converting them. Ms. Glick, that $25 million is true in your original analysis, isn't it?
Yes,
And it's no longer true under your revised analysis, is it?
correct. I would amend that sentence.
And then in the very next statement, you say, while SPS would incur higher capital costs and non-fuel variable costs, it would also see
While SPS would incur,
higher capital costs and non-fuel variable costs. It would also see significant savings from fuel and FOM costs, as shown in table 9 below. So Ms. Glick, here you're leading us to table 9, which is another of your revised tables, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so do you have your original table 9 there?
Yes, I do.
And do you have your revised table 9?
I do, yes.
And so under your revised table 9, well, based on the statement in your testimony, you identified that there would be higher capital costs and non-fuel variable costs, correct?
Yes,
And in table 9, that's the second row, capital costs. And that, correct?
yes,
And then it's the 5th row, non-fuel VOM, right?
yes,
And in that table, those are the 2 of the values that are positive numbers, right?
correct.
And in your revised table 9, those capital costs under the early retire all scenario, they increased from 93 million to 97 million, didn't they?
Yes,
And then the other item you identified, non-fuel variable O&M, that increased from $79 million to $699 million, didn't it?
correct.
So taken together, those costs are roughly $800 million, right?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay. And to go back to the statement in your direct testimony, you then are directing us to compare those costs to the significant savings from fuel and FOM costs, right?
Correct.
And just for clarity's sake, FOM is fixed O&M.
Fixed operations and maintenance, correct.
Thank you. And so in your revised table 9, those 2 values, fixed O&M shows a delta of a negative, I'm sorry, the fuel costs show a delta of 302 million, right?
That's correct.
And the FOM shows a delta of negative 121 million.
Correct.
And together that's approximately $432 million in savings, isn't it?
Sure, subject to check, yes.
Okay, so the costs you identify, which approximate now about $800 million, are roughly double the savings that you tout in your direct testimony, aren't they?
Yes, there's other savings as well that are identified in my errata that you omitted that account for a larger savings, but the two that you have picked out, yes.
And in table 9, those other savings are identified, aren't they?
Yes,
But there's still not enough to overcome an outcome that produces $183 million in cost to retire all 3 units early, right?
that's correct. In this scenario, that's why the errata has a $183 million cost.
Right. Now, Ms. Glick, if you would turn back with me to your direct testimony at page 50.
Yep, I'm here.
So this is the last, what I'll call substantive page of your direct testimony. And at the bottom of page 50, you're asked the question, the broad question about what do you conclude about the reasonableness of the cost of SPS's proposal to convert all 3 Harrington units to operate on gas? Do you see that question?
I do.
And at line 10 there, you say our modeling results produced based on SPS's modeling files with our own modifications show that retiring all 3 units is a substantially lower cost option than converting all 3 units to operate on gas. Did I read that correctly?
You did, yes.
And that is no longer a true statement as it relates to the longer term horizon under the planning load, is it?
No, under the planning load, as we've discussed extensively, it's more expensive now.
So that would be another item we would need to discard from your original testimony, correct?
Once again, this sentence does not specify that it's talking about the planning load.
And Ms. Glick, in your original, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
And in your original testimony, you didn't need to specify that because the modeling results showed savings under both options, didn't it?
The modeling results showed savings under more of the scenarios, under all of the scenarios.
And today that's no longer true based on your revisions, is it?
So as we've gone over extensively, the planning scenario is more expensive now.
I'm sorry, did you
Harrington-
say expensive or extensive?
Expensive.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And so, Ms. Glick, based on your testimony this morning, there are other places, based on your testimony at the hearing this morning, there are other places in your written direct testimony that would require revision to be consistent with your modeling changes, wouldn't there?
I would certainly rewrite certain language to be more precise, but I would not strike any language that does not directly conflict with the errata.
Ms. Glick, do you have table 12 there in front of you?
I do, yes.
Actually, let me follow up on one thing that we touched on at the outset. Do you recall my questions related to when Sierra Club received the company's Encompass files?
I do.
Does it sound right to you that Sierra Club received those files in September as part of that discovery response following its original submission of that answer to Sierra Club?
I would have to check. I do not have the dates, and I don't have any of the discovery dates in front of me right now. I'm happy to subject to check, trust that. I just don't have them in front of me.
And if you did receive those in September, that was 4 months ago, wasn't it?
Sure, yes.
Okay. So Ms. Glick, I want to step away from the errata for a minute and go to just your original modeling sensitivities and inputs, okay?
Sure.
So you identified in your testimony that there were certain changes that Sierra Club opted to make to the way it ran the modeling compared to the company's approach, right?
Correct.
Okay. And one of those, or one of the items that's present in the Synapse modeling is some new gas projects after the year 2030. Does that sound familiar to you?
So we classify those as firm capacity resources. We don't identify those as specific resource types in the narrative of the testimony.
Okay. Could you turn with me to page 41 of your testimony?
Okay, I'm on page 41.
Okay, so the only question on that page at line 2 just simply says, explain each of the changes you made to the model.
Correct.
And I'm at the third item that you identify, so line 13.
Yes.
So you say, we did not allow the model to build any new gas projects prior to 2030 in any scenarios. Although we did allow new gas after 2030, we assume that any new gas projects that the model selects after 2030 are not actually gas resources, but instead are simply placeholders for firm and dispatchable capacity resources that SPS may need in the future. So this is what you were just referencing, isn't it?
That's correct.
And did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And so based on your explanation just now and the written words of your testimony, this quote unquote new gas is really just a placeholder for some future firm and dispatchable resource, isn't it?
Correct.
And in fact, that's what you say at the top of page 42 of your direct testimony, isn't it?
Yes.
And as we sit here today, you're not able to identify exactly what that resource would be, right? That's why you had to create a placeholder, as you call it.
Yes, this is 8 years in the future. So we modeled what the system needs, not a specific resource to meet it. It's how we're classifying it.
Okay. And you would acknowledge that the system will need firm and dispatchable capacity resources, which is what you say at page 42, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. And Ms. Glick, are you aware of the New Mexico Energy Transition Act?
I believe so. I don't know the specifics of it, but that sounds familiar.
Okay. And I think there's actually a place in your direct testimony where you reference it, isn't there?
Okay. Yes.
But you understand generally that the act requires utilities to be carbon free by some point in the future?
Yes.
And if I told you that year was 2045, does that sound right to you?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So if there were new gas available to SPS under this scenario beginning in 2035, under this scenario beginning in 2030, that new gas generation could only be on the system for 15 years, right?
Objection, facts not in evidence. She doesn't have a scenario with new gas.
Overruled. Go ahead, Ms. Norman.
So, Ms. Glick, at page 41, line 14.
Your objection is noted, Mr. Marks. You preserved it for appeal if you need it, but I'm overruling it. So go ahead, Ms. Norman. I think the information is helpful in the cross-examination. So go ahead, Ms. Norman.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Glick, I don't recall whether you answered the question.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. If there's new gas generation for the company starting in 2035, it could only operate for 15 years under the Energy Transition Act, right?
Any new gas that's built by the company after 2015 cannot operate on gas beyond 2035. I know that many companies are pursuing options of converting to hydrogen or other options, but the plants would not be allowed to burn gas.
Thank you. So in addition to this placeholder that you identify in your testimony, there's another assumption in your modeling that relates to the level of renewables that the modeling selects. Does this sound familiar to you?
I'm not actually sure exactly what you're referring to, no.
Let me try again. So there are certain, so the way the modeling works, it's going to identify a certain amount of megawatts of renewable capacity in order to have that energy available to SPS, right?
Yes, the model economically decides how much capacity to add in SPS's modeling and in my own modeling.
Right. And so your modeling reflects about 4,000 megawatts of new renewables coming online by the end of 2025. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, my modeling had slightly more than the companies had in their own scenario.
And in order for the company to actually have access to those renewables, there would need to be projects in the market available to the company, right?
Well, the company modeled about 3,500 megawatts of new renewables in its own scenarios. And so my modeling only had a very small incremental amount. So if the company doesn't think that's realistic, then I understand that, but that was the company's own modeling that showed a very large amount of renewables also being added in this time frame.
And so on that point, Ms. Glick, you did review Mr. Elsey's rebuttal testimony, didn't you?
I did.
You saw that he referenced those assumptions as stress testing the company's modeling. Do you recall that?
I recall that Mr. Elsey made a lot of qualifications and descriptions in his rebuttal testimony that he did not make in his direct testimony around the feasibility of replacement resources and of the feasibility of procuring replacement resources in the time frame.
So was that a yes, Ms. Glick?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you recall Mr. Elsey in his rebuttal testimony talking about stress testing the company's modeling assumptions?
Could you point me to the page in Mr. Elsey's testimony where he says that?
Sure. Do you have his testimony available?
I do, yes.
So Ms. Glick, at page 7 of Mr. Elsey's rebuttal.
Yes, what line?
I'm in the very first question and answer, line 7, actually line 6. Mr. Elsey is simply explaining, I'm sorry, are you there?
Yes, but I don't see that on line 7, so I must be in a different page numbered version than you.
I'm on page 7.
Are there the numbers on the bottom of the page? Or is it a, okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, my page, my line 7 says small I, bracket, provide a brief overview of SPS's approach. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, and then I corrected myself to actually move a line up to line 6.
Because of that in this section of my testimony. Okay, got it.
Right. So here, Mr. Elsey is just explaining, starting at line 6, that in this section of his testimony, he On to line 7, provide a brief overview of SPS's approach to the Harrington analysis, including the intentionally favorable conditions SPS built into the Encompass model for an early retirement of the Harrington units. Do you see that, Ms. Glick?
I do, yes.
And I use the term stress test just for shorthand to say that, to point you back to the discussion of Mr. Elzey's testimony of the ways in which he included intentionally favorable conditions in the modeling. Do you see that on page 7?
I do see that in his rebuttal, yes.
That's all I was referring to. And so, Ms. Glick, I'll go back to my original question. If SPS, your position is that the 4,000 megawatts of new renewables is a modeling assumption, right?
It's a modeling result, so I don't know if I'd call it an assumption, it's a result.
That's a fair clarification. And if SPS were going to translate that modeling result into the real world, that would require that there actually be 4,000 megawatts of renewables in the market, right?
That's correct.
And if those renewables didn't already have an interconnection agreement, SPS would need to, there would need to be an interconnection agreement for those additional renewables, right?
That's correct.
And they would also need to get through the SPP process of actually getting approved and interconnected, wouldn't they?
Yes, and SPS is part of SPP, so I understand there's an interconnection delay, but it's not as though SPS is completely detached and unable to have some role in trying to address the major interconnection backlog at SPP that is preventing interconnections.
And Ms. Glick, you're aware that that backlog is currently 5 years, is that right?
Yeah.
Thank you. In addition to even just getting approval for the interconnection, there are costs for that interconnection, right?
Yes.
Including the transmission network upgrades. I think you called them transmission network adders earlier this morning, right?
That's correct.
And in your modeling, you modeled those interconnection costs at $400 a kW, right?
Correct. I utilized the company's kind of what they, I think, would call the baseline or the middle case assumption.
Right. And the company also modeled $600 a kW, didn't it?
They did, and 200.
You're right. And the actual interconnection costs today are $934 a kW, aren't they?
Objection foundation.
Yeah, where did you get the 934? Ms. Norman?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. It's in Mr. Elzey's testimony, and let me refer to one of the company's exhibits we haven't yet offered to see if I can find it there as well.
Yeah, I know you guys did discovery, which
I would be happy if Ms. Norman just asked Ms. Glick if she independently knows what the costs of interconnection are.
maybe she does. Ms. Glick, do you know?
The cost of interconnection into SPP.
Currently, yeah.
They're currently on the 2017 or 2018 list, and I don't know what the current cost is. It has not been finalized.
Could it be $934 per kilowatt?
Well, she just said she doesn't know.
Well, I asked her, could it be?
There's not a single interconnection cost. It depends on the location. And so if there's a number that Mr. Elzey quoted, it would have been based on a single project or a single interconnection point. Every project is different and would have its own interconnection cost associated with an interconnection study.
Is that why the actual cost wasn't used in the modeling? I mean, they used 200. You just testified they used 400. They used 600, and they also used 200. But I'm wondering why they didn't use 934.
I could hypothesize, but I can't speak to why the company made a specific decision. Are you asking me to hypothesize?
That's a big word for me, but yes, I am.
Okay. Yes, I would assume they use that as a proxy because until an interconnection study is actually completed, You don't know what the actual cost is going to be. It could be a lot lower, it could be a lot higher. There could be things done with the interconnection process and procedures to speed things up, to make things go quicker. There could be projects done, transmission level projects, other projects done to alleviate constraints. There's many factors.
Thank you, Ms. Glick. And Ms. Norman, please continue. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay. So Ms. Glick, even just based on the conversation you just had with hearings examiner Lennon, you agree there are unknowns related to transmission interconnection costs, right?
Yes.
And if the company modeled if the company modeled $200 a kW, $400 a kW, and $600 a kW, those are conservative estimates of those interconnection costs, aren't they?
I would not classify them as such, no.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this question. If the actual interconnection costs studied for an actual project are higher than the 400 kW that you modeled, that's going to make the cost of that renewable project go up, isn't it?
In the event that the interconnection cost is higher than what is modeled, that cost will be lower. In the event the interconnection cost is lower, the cost will be lower. It's an adder, so it's part of the cost.
Right, and you modeled only one sensitivity, right? The 400 per kW.
Correct. I modeled the company's, middle scenario.
Right, and not the company's 600 kW option, right?
Not 600, not 200. I did the middle one.
Okay.
Pardon me. Go ahead. I'm sorry, that was my telephone going off. Sometimes it actually is important, but I'm going to turn off the ringer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Glick, do you still have your direct testimony there?
I do, yes.
Okay. If you could turn with me to page 9.
I'm on page 9.
Okay, and I asked you previously about the number 1 statement at the top of that page.
Yes,
Do you see number 2 there?
I do, yes.
And you say if the commission does not deny SPS's request for a CCN, at the very least, the commission should require the retirement of unit 1, right?
Correct.
And you go on to say, or affirm that it will not allow the company to collect a rate of return on any plant balances which are not used and useful, right?
Correct.
And so Sierra Club's alternative position in your original testimony is that SPS should at least retire 1 unit, right?
That is correct.
And in fact, this is what you call a no regrets, quote unquote, no regrets decision based on your modeling results, right?
Based on my modeling results and the company's own modeling results.
Okay, well, turn to page 33 if you would.
Yes, I'm on page 33.
Okay, and were you present for or were you listening or watching the hearing yesterday?
On and off.
Okay, so at the top of page 33, you have a table 3, right?
Yes,
And you call this the resource position for planning, forecast, and financial forecast, right?
yes,
And here you are reflecting 6 years of the resource position of the company based on some data that the company provided in discovery, right?
yes, I believe this is just a reproduction of part of the company's own response to Sierra Club discovery.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So, of course, the very top row is just telling us this is identifying the resource position, and it provides the years. And just beneath that, in the first section, this is data for the planning forecast, correct?
Yeah, the first sets of 2 rows of numbers below the date are the planning forecast.
Right, and so those 2 rows are comparing 2 of these scenarios, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the first one there is assuming that all Harrington units are converted, right?
Yes.
Then the second one is having unit 1 retired, right?
Yes.
And so based on this table, under the planning forecast, having 1 unit retired, there's an immediate need for resources in 2025, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a need for just over 100 if you assume that the large planning load forecast materializes.
Okay, and then moving down to the bottom of the table under the financial forecast, of course, the same 2 scenarios are compared, right?
Correct.
Okay, and under this version of the table, there's a need for 61 megawatts in 2027, right?
Yes.
And prior to that, in 2026, there's a need for 7 megawatts.
In 2026,
Yes,
there's not a need, there's an excess of 7.
you're right. The company is long by 7 megawatts. I got that backwards.
Correct, yes.
And you tell us on the prior page of your testimony, you want to turn there to page 32. You would agree with me that this is an answer where you're narrating your impression of the data in the following table we've just been talking about, right?
Correct. It describes the planning forecast as representing the 85th percentile of the financial forecast.
Right. And in that bottom paragraph, in the very last sentence on page 32, you're actually in that whole paragraph, you're focused specifically on that time period from 2025 through 2027 under that financial forecast, right?
Yes.
And you conclude there at the end of your answer that these 2 years, meaning 2025 and 2026, could be valuable in allowing SPS time to build new resources and apply for interconnection approval for replacement resources. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
And so it's your testimony that this 2-year period would give SPS enough time to try to procure the resources they need before 2027, right?
I don't believe I ever said enough time. I indicated that in the process of procuring resources, having these additional years are valuable and important and open up the opportunities that the company has to procure resources.
Right. And to that point, those resources would have to go through the SPPQ that we just talked about, wouldn't they?
If it's not a resource.
I'm sorry. Go ahead with the answer, please.
Any resource that's new that does not currently have a transmission interconnection agreement would need to procure a transmission interconnection agreement.
Right. And so SPS would need approval for that, wouldn't it?
If it's building a new resource and not buying firm capacity or procuring a capacity or buying from an existing generator that's currently operating.
Right. So there's real world conditions that influence whether the company would be able to procure the resources in time to meet the need in 2027, right?
There's many factors that would influence it, and there's many resource options that the company would have to consider.
Right. You're exactly right. So, Ms. Glick, you've never performed resource planning as a utility employee, right?
I've never worked for a utility. I think you asked me that at the beginning.
And you've never had to recommend resource planning decisions to utility management, correct?
I don't believe so, no. I'm trying to think. I mean, I've worked with utilities and stakeholder processes, but I don't know that I would classify it as explicitly making recommendations on resource procurement. I'm not sure.
And so you've never had to face a potential situation where there might be regret over a poor resource planning decision from a utility perspective, have you?
I've never worked for a utility, so I've never, by extension, had to express regret from a decision I made working for a utility.
Thank you, Ms. Glick. Your Honor, would now be a good time to take a short break?
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, let's do just that. It's 10:44. We'll come back at about 10:50. 5 minutes. Let's go.
Thank you.
Sorry we took so long there, Mr. Lee. It was on a roll, so to speak.
No worries, Judge.
Ms. Norman, have you concluded your cross-examination or do you have more? That wasn't clear to me.
Judge,
We
You're not on the screen.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Norman.
passed the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, the other parties can examine if they choose to. Let's go right to staff. Mr. Bogatko?
Good morning. I do have a few questions for Ms. Glick, if you please.
I do. Go ahead.
First of all, I want to make sure I'm coming through clearly for Ms. Glick. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here today.
Of course.
I understand that we might be seeing you in maybe some other proceedings before the commission here fairly soon. Is that correct?
I'm not sure which hearings you're referring to.
Well, I think I saw your name pop up in connection with the EPE grid modernization case number 21-00269-UT.
Case
Oh,
number, say it slower, case
I'm
number.
sorry, 21-00269-UT.
My team is involved in that case. I'm not the witness. I'm not involved in that case. I am working with the New Mexico Attorney General, so I suppose I am on the service list, but I'm not the witness on that case.
Well, at any rate, we welcome you.
Yeah.
I just have a few questions. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible because I know you've spent a good deal of time this morning answering SPS's counsel's questions, and a lot of what I might want to talk about, I think, has been taken care of. So thank you for that. Just as a basic proposition, and for the benefit of a wider audience, can you tell us exactly what Encompass is and what it does for you in your capacity as an expert witness?
Sure. Encompass is a production cost model and a capacity expansion model. So it allows utilities and consultants and any entity that uses it to essentially model the electricity system, to model generating resources, transmission connections, tariffs, costs for exchanging electricity. It's a model to simulate the electricity system and the costs associated with running and operating and owning generating resources.
And is Encompass is that the primary basis for your analysis in this case?
Well, the first 39 pages of my testimony largely discuss the company's analysis and my criticisms and critiques of the company's analysis, but the last 11 pages do then examine my own analysis, my own running of the company's model as just one component of my testimony.
And to be clear, both you and SPS have used Encompass in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Who makes Encompass?
It's the developer. It's called Anchor Power Solutions. It's run by a man named Norm Richardson.
And do you know where Anchor Power Solutions is located?
Oh, I don't remember. I think that's easily accessible on their website. I don't remember the location.
Fair enough. And the Encompass software that you used, is that owned or licensed to Synapse or somebody else?
Synapse licenses it.
Okay. And so just to be clear here, I think I heard you mention earlier in your testimony that you took SPS's files and I guess pushed the execute or play key to run the Encompass analysis. Is that correct?
That is how some of the scenarios were modeled. Yes, we loaded the data and essentially hit run and looked at the results.
Do you need like a mainframe to do that, or is that something you can just put on a laptop and run?
I think you might need more server capacity than just a laptop to run it. I think you can put it on a laptop, but it would probably have to be a pretty powerful laptop to handle the software.
All right. I'm going to direct your attention to Sierra Club Exhibit 1A, which I believe is that first errata regarding your testimony, Ms. Glick?
Yes, I've got that in front of me.
All right, I'm looking at page 1, paragraph 3 specifically. Are you there?
Page 1, paragraph 3. Sorry, you're talking about page 1 of 9 or page 1?
I'm sorry, I should be more specific. I'm talking about page 2 of 9, which would be page 1 of your affidavit. Thank you, Ms. Glick.
Yes, I'm here. Where on the page? Can you repeat that?
Paragraph 3 there on your affidavit.
Yes, I see that.
The last sentence, you say, we use the same version of the software as Excel's modeler. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you tell me specifically what version you're talking about?
So version 5, there's different iterations within version 5, but the major kind of platform of that was version 5.
So when you say iterations, you're saying like things like 5.1, 5.2, or 5.3, is that correct?
Yes, I believe the developer, when he releases small updates, he just, add 5.1 or 2. And when there are major updates, he'll launch it to the next, version 6 or 7.
Okay. So going back to paragraph 3 there in your affidavit, you say we use the same version of the software as Excel's modeler. Are you just saying generally or specifically, as in we both used 5.2, or generally we used 5 and they used 5, but I'm not sure exactly which iteration specifically they used? Sorry for that long question.
My apologies for cutting you off. Version 5, we both used version 5 for the initial results.
Okay, but you can't get any more specific in terms of iterations?
I believe that it's noted on the output files of the company provided to us, and that we provided to them the exact number that was used.
Okay.
Like within that 5 version.
Fair enough, Ms. Glick, thank you. Moving along to paragraph 4, right after paragraph 3 there, where you state the Encompass software malfunctioned at the time the output files were being produced that are the source for table 8 and related tables in my direct testimony for unknown reasons. Did I recite that correctly?
You did, yes.
And there at the end, you say unknown reasons. And if I recollect correctly, earlier today in your testimony, you seem to possibly address what specifically may have caused it when you used the analogy about coming in and out of a rental car parking garage. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Can I take that to mean then that maybe you have some more specificity to add now in terms of what the reasons may have been for the malfunction?
Yes.
Okay. And if I'm being repetitious, I apologize, but I'm very interested to know what specific further reasons there might be for the software malfunction.
Yes, so I'm happy to explain. Version 5 of the software is the version that SPS used, and the version that we initially loaded the modeling files into and hit play. In the middle of the project, or actually towards the end of the project, the developer launched version 6, which had some important updates. So my company updated to version 6. Unfortunately, version 6 was a little bit of a beta at the time that we loaded it, and you could not actually set off any modeling runs. So we had to revert back to the prior version, the version 5. But when we tried to run the model in version 6, one of the major changes the model developer had made was he took these adders that were used by the company to represent wholesale load and transmission costs. Those were converted from how they were before as just adders into what's called a math function. And so when you converted it from 5 to 6, the model knew to take those and put them in a math function. But when it was converted back, the model did not know in version 5 what the math function was, because that was not invented till version 6. And so basically the adders got dropped when we went back to version 5 because it would not run in 6. And we did not realize that until the company essentially raised the issue in rebuttal that the wholesale load had been excluded. And then yesterday, when Mr. Elzey raised the issue of the transmission adders, we looked into it more closely. We're able to email the model developer, and we're able to establish that it was that what I just described is what happened.
And there on page 2 of 9, AKA page 1 of your affidavit, paragraph 5, you discussed the recent identification of the error in evaluating the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Elzey, as you just testified to, correct?
That's correct.
So when that error is identified, what happened next? Did you call up Encompass and say, hey guys, what the heck is going on here?
We were emailing with them, but unfortunately, we were not able to revert back to version 5 because we have other projects being run on version 6. And so it took us a while to figure out exactly what I just described. Initially, we thought there might have just been a glitch with the wholesale load. We did not realize it affected everything until later. So the model developer was not able to identify this as the issue until yesterday.
Yesterday? Thank you. And as you just alluded to, page 3 of 9 of Exhibit 1A, page 2 of your affidavit, paragraph 6, you state it is not possible for Synapse to rerun its Harrington modeling with the computer error corrected in the prior version of Encompass. Did I recite that correctly?
Yes. Yes, I see that.
Well, when you spoke to the software developer, did they give you any assurances that this was a complete solve and that there were no other bugs in the system, so to speak, that might interfere with the results obtained from your Encompass modeling run?
So the issue only happened because we tried to revert back to the prior version. So we sent the developer our files and we've checked the results, and the current results that I have included in my errata, we are confident in them that they include the adders and that they include the elements that were omitted. We very carefully looked at the loads and confirm and the energy out and capacity outputs, and those definitely include the wholesale load. We looked carefully at the solar energy costs to confirm that they included the transmission adders. So we did a review of the outputs to confirm that those elements that were omitted are now in fact included.
How long does it take to run an Encompass modeling run on your computer there at Synapse?
Oh gosh, it depends on the level of granularity, how many years you're looking at, the geographic size of the problem that you're looking at, the optimization period. It can vary from, an hour to, a week or two if you're looking at, half of the country and a large optimization period. It varies significantly.
How long did it take to run the Encompass modeling run for the data provided to you by SPS?
Gosh, I'd have to ask my modeling team because we were running all of the sensitivities at the same time, but I would guess probably about 4 hours. I'd have to check though, don't quote me on that.
Okay, so it's not like the Bat computer and the Bat cave where you just put in your inputs and you get a little piece of ticker tape in about 5 seconds, right?
Definitely not, no.
Well, I'm glad we don't have to deal with the Bat computer. You mentioned that you have a high level of confidence in your corrected modeling run. Is that correct?
I do, yes.
And what's that confidence, that level of confidence based on?
Well, the fact that we did not make changes to the company's file, right? We took it and we put it in the model and we look at the results. And the only major concerns that we've had with it and that the company identified were addressed and were corrected. And the results that were output, we checked some of the major things that we would check to quality control check results, looking at load, looking at the revenue requirements, looking at the energy prices, and the results all are logical and make sense.
Okay. I've looked at your resume and I see your educational credentials, which are very impressive, by the way, but I don't see anything in there that indicates that you have a degree in computer science or coding or programming. Is that a fair perception on my part?
That is fair. There is no computer science degree on my resume.
Okay, so knowing that you're not a computer science expert, I would ask, to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief, whether or not it would have been more appropriate to rerun SPS's modeling data using version 5 as a baseline control to begin with. And because what I'm trying to get at is my fear, for purposes of the reliability of this evidence, is that there may or may not be some other bugs in the software that we're not controlling or accounting for. So I guess this is my offer to you to try and make me feel better about it.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. And I'll just clarify and say that the model runs with an interface, so I don't actually need to know computer programming to run it. It has an interface that's all done on the back end. But the reason that we run a baseline scenario, and what I mean by that is we put in the company's data and press play, is so that we have kind of a baseline essentially, to which to compare the deltas, the change in costs. And so when I'm talking about my results and the deltas, I'm comparing those to a scenario that was also run in version 6. So all of these versions were run in the same version 6. So the company's baseline, the Synapse baseline, all of the Synapse sensitivities. And so if we had run them in version 5, the baseline would be slightly different, but the deltas would be very similar to what we have reflected here. The only reason that the results were originally different in my original testimony was because we tried to go backwards with the model. It was not a reflection of an error in version 6.
So based on your knowledge as an Encompass user, can you state with a reasonable degree of certainty that we shouldn't have any concerns about, the lack of analytical parity between version 5 as used by SPS and version 6 as used by your outfit?
Can you ask that question again? I want to make sure I understand what you're asking.
Well, am I at all grounded? Well, let me put it this way. I have lingering concerns about whether or not there's a lack of analytical parity between version 5 as used by SPS and version 6 as used by your group, Synapse. And I think maybe your answer just prior to that question might have approached addressing that issue, but if you would or could expound further, tell me why your use of version 6 and SPS's use of version 5 should not be a cause for lingering concern in terms of the reliability of the analysis.
Yeah, so if you look at SPS's own results, many of the conclusions that I discuss, especially relating to the retirement of 1 unit and 2 units, are SPS's own analysis shows in some of their own scenarios that it's lower costs. And so many of the results I discuss, especially regarding the retirement of 1 unit, they're not very different than the company's own data. Like what I produce in my analysis is not very different than the company's own data. It's simply the conclusions that I've pulled from that where the company and I significantly disagree on how to interpret that data.
Did you receive any assurances or certifications from the folks at Encompass that it's not a problem?
I'm sorry, could you be a little more specific.
Well, did anybody in Compass tell you anything from a computer programming coding perspective that aligns with what you just represented to me?
So we had multiple conversations with Encompass on how to deploy SPS's model in version 6, and there were several changes that had to be made. So the Encompass model developer helped us work through how to integrate and how to use SPS's model in version 6. So I would not say he gave me a definitive assurance, but he was involved in helping us ensure that we were correctly translating the data.
Was it fair to say that your understanding of your interactions with the Encompass person could support a conclusion on your part that there were no lingering flaws or bugs that would corrupt the analysis?
Yes, I do not believe there are any lingering flaws or bugs that will totally corrupt the analysis.
And with everything, well, let me put it this way then, if that's the case, then did it occur to you or your client to perhaps seek and include an affidavit from the Encompass person with whom you interacted to support that conclusion and reassure us regarding the reliability of what's been recently disclosed by way of your erratas?
I guess I'd have to ask you to be more specific on what I would have asked the client to provide an affidavit on, because the client answers specific questions and helps him with specific data needs, but can't necessarily speak to specific
Okay.
projects.
Let me put it this way then. You feel good about your Encompass results that were revealed by those erratas that were filed just before the beginning of this case, correct?
Correct.
And you are not an IT expert or an expert in coding or programming, correct?
Correct.
So my question then is, why not include an affidavit or something from an authority on the topic to bolster your representations regarding the reliability of your Encompass analysis, given the situation with the bugs?
I'm not a lawyer, so unfortunately, that's not something that procedurally crosses my mind as a step in the process.
Fair enough, and I would never want to put you in that position.
Thank you.
Well, you know what? That's it. That's all I've got for you, Ms. Glick. I thank you for your time and attention today and your attendance, and I look forward to your involvement in other cases here before the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Let's go on to Ms. Lynch. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Sir, I don't have any questions. I think she's been clear.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, oh, excuse me. Mr. McMillan, do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there any redirect? Well, actually, I have a question which would allow you to redirect if necessary. So let me see a few things. Ms. Glick, I'm looking at Exhibit DG1, which is your CV, essentially, and list your publications. And I couldn't help but notice that you have a publication from 2021 where that says you did a review of Southwestern Public Service Company's 2021 IRP and TOLC analysis. And you did that on behalf of the Sierra Club, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did that have anything to do, any relationship to this particular case or this particular assignment?
Yes, the company completed the TOLC analysis concurrently with the Harrington analysis, is my understanding, and the base scenario where TOLC operates through 2032, I believe, and Harrington operates converted on gas was part of both. the Tolk analysis and the Harrington analysis.
I get that, but what I'm asking is about your assignment and your work and your employment to produce this publication.
It was a separate project.
Okay, a separate project. In what journal was this published?
Oh, this was an official comment filed to the PRC. It wasn't an article, it was an official comment with a.
Okay, I misunderstood the word publications. You know, I read CVs and they come out in the American Journal of medicine or something.
Yeah, it was an expert report that the Sierra Club attached to comments in that proceeding.
It's widely published and available.
It's public. I'm not sure if I'd use the word widely. I don't know who enjoys reading those outside of New Mexico.
Well, I thought I might pull it, and you listed it in your publication, so you thought it was important.
I do think it's important, yes.
Okay. In the last, I don't know, since Mr. Bagato cross-examined you, you said the word we, W-E. I didn't count, but it was 5 times or maybe a little bit more. And whenever I hear that word we, it really gets things rolling in my head. And I'm wondering, who is we?
So I sponsor the testimony and responsible for the full content, but I work with a wonderful modeling team at Synapse that I oversee that work with me on the modeling.
Yeah, you actually said we, the modeling team, one of the times you said it. Then you said we checked. And how many people are on this modeling team?
Gosh, I mean, Synapse has 40 employees, and I would say about half of them in some way, shape, or form are somehow involved in modeling.
20 persons. So did you consult with all of them?
No, just a few for this project. I should have used the word I am ultimately the one that's sponsoring this and responsible and oversaw all of it, but there are several people that were working with me under my direct supervision.
And I'll state the obvious, none of them have testified in this case, correct?
No.
Just a moment, please. Let me page back in my notes and see if I have anything else I might want to clarify with you. I'm not cross-examining you. I'm just trying to clarify things. You said that you had run the company's middle scenario when we talked about the price of interconnection, and the company ran 400, 200, 600, and you chose 400. But I didn't really know why you chose the middle scenario. Why was that?
So the 400 is what the company used and presented in the tables that were presented in Elsie's testimony as kind of, I don't know how they would characterize them, but as kind of the base, the central results. So they certainly performed the other sensitivities, but the results that were most front and center were using the $400.
Did they do that correctly?
Can you, I guess, correct?
I'll try to state it differently. Seems to me you, when you run your numbers, you would want the most accurate numbers. So why wouldn't you use the most accurate rather than whatever the company ran?
Well, so it's a balance in deciding which sensitivities and which factors I am most confident in adjusting or changing. And in the case of the transmission interconnection cost, there's a great deal of uncertainty around what that could be. And so I didn't have a great deal of certainty that it would be significantly higher or lower. And so it made the most sense to use the same middle scenario as the company used for its own kind of front and center results, rather than changing that. I certainly could change it and run sensitivities, but it made the most sense to leave that, to not change that as a factor, given the uncertainty around what it would actually be.
And upon what information or data did you assess your level of certainty?
So I don't have interconnection numbers for any new projects. The interconnection studies have not been completed. So I didn't have a basis on which to, I didn't have a better basis than the company on which to develop alternative numbers.
Just a moment, please. A moment, sorry about this. I have to ask the question because it just struck me as really funny when, not funny, unusual. I'm looking at page 9 of your direct testimony. You can go there or not. It's where you make your recommendation. Yeah, so please summarize your recommendation, begins on number 8. And your number 1 recommendation, is that's your primary recommendation, right? That's what you think should be done.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and your recommendation is the commission should deny SPS's request for an order amending its certificate of public convenience and necessity to convert the 3 Harrington units to operate on gas. That's your recommendation?
Correct.
So can I infer that it's your recommendation that they continue to operate the units on coal?
No. Their company's not allowed to continue to operate the units on coal, so beyond 2025. So that's not what that's implying.
Pursuant to an agreement in Texas.
Yes, that's my understanding. Yes.
We're in New Mexico, right? Right now.
Yes.
Okay. Is this case an abandonment case?
My understanding is it's a CCN case,
And what's a CCN case?
a certificate of convenience and necessity.
And it's about permission essentially to incur the expense for a pipeline. Is that correct?
And expenses associated with converting the plants as well to operate on gas. So not just the pipeline, the expenses for the plant conversion as well.
And what are the actual estimates for the expense for the pipeline and expense for the plant conversion?
I have to pull the numbers. I recall it being around 60 or 75 million total. I apologize, I have not memorized it.
Neither have I, but I remember that it was a large number for the pipeline and a small number for the conversion.
Yes,
And it was a smaller number for the conversion of only 2 of the 3, correct?
yes.
How much smaller?
I believe the direct costs saved from converting only 2 instead of 3 was just that capital cost was about $2 million. But I think the NPV, the net present value of that, is closer, based on how it will actually be recovered, is closer to $5 million. And obviously it's not like you just put that money in, and then you have the capacity available. Obviously, you need to then continue to invest in maintaining it so that when you need it, you can actually operate it. And so it's not just about the initial cost savings of retiring one, but it's kind of the costs to make it stay available and operating and providing that capacity.
Thank you for presenting your complete answer. Just a moment, please. I have no further questions, but since I asked some, I think maybe Mr. Marks or Mr. Smith might have some questions, and then we'll go on to the other parties. Go ahead, Mr. Marks.
Thank you, Mr. Lennon. Yes, I'll just work backwards from your questions through Mr. Bogato's and then to Ms. Norman's. Ms. Glick, Mr. Lennon asked you a few minutes ago about the interconnection cost estimates. If you know, does the sensitivity between $400 and $600 per kW have an impact on the general financial results for the 1-unit retirement scenario?
I'd have to look. I don't actually have the company's modeling in front of me. I can pull it up. So let's see, it looks like, and you asked about the 1-unit retire scenario. Don't believe it had a large, I'm looking at the direct testimony of Ben LZ and the attachments, that the tables that are attached to his direct testimony. Trying to remember what the scenario name, sorry, it's listed as scenarios 3, 2, 1. It doesn't have the names. Let's see. Okay, scenario 6. So it looks like it's a $5 million delta, which is what what's reflected on my exhibits. The $400 a kW cost. That delta goes to $26 million if you use the $200 network cost, and it goes to $31 million if you use the $600 kW network cost. So doesn't look like it has a consistent impact.
Okay. So it doesn't flip it to being it's still a savings.
Yes, it's still a savings. Have a significant impact.
And as I guess, as I understand your testimony, in the 1-unit retirement, there's not a big need for resource acquisition, so the cost of interconnection would make a big difference. Is that correct?
In the 1-unit retirement, yeah, there's not a large resource need until 2027 if you use the financial forecast.
And you also talked with Mr. Lennon about the maintenance, that there's more to it than just the incremental cost of the upgrade. You recall that the company estimated $3.75 million as annual capital expenses for maintenance purposes for all 3 units, and you disagreed. You thought it was higher.
Yes.
Okay, but are those the costs you're talking about? Roughly a third of those costs?
Yes, a third of whatever the actual operations or capital expenditures required to maintain the plant. So the company said estimated 3.75 million across all units. I estimated in my testimony higher than that based on the company's historical spending at its existing steam units, gas steam units.
I'm sorry, historical spending.
At its existing gas steam units.
Okay. And just to clarify something, Mr. Lennon asked you about how many people worked on this project, and you initially told him, well, there's 20 modelers, and then I don't think you gave him a number. Could you give him a number of how many people on your staff worked on this project?
I think there's 4 of us total that worked on this specific modeling project on a day-to-day basis, including myself.
Okay. And these folks are not interns. They're people who've been doing modeling with this type of software professionally for some time.
Yes, they're experienced modelers on my team.
Okay. And back to Mr. Bagato now. You talked about looking at the outputs to make sure that these costs that had gotten lost were back in there. Did you do other analyses to verify the accuracy of the new numbers that are in the Errata table, and such as compare the differences in results between your original numbers and the Errata and SPS's numbers in your Errata, and for all material differences figure out why that there was a legitimate reason, not an error reason for those differences?
I did. Yes, I did conduct a comparison of the results from the original testimony to the results that I published in the Errata. Looked at various outputs and to verify the reasonableness and that they were aligned with the results that we would expect. Compared my results to the company's initial results, talked to the model developer, talked to other people on my modeling team. So I did various things to assess the accuracy of the Errata results.
And now back to, now we're into Ms. Norman's cross-examination. And I think she was making the point that her witnesses made the point that they're now stating in their rebuttal testimony that it's practically impossible to acquire the resources to replace all 3 Harrington units in the time frame they have. You understand that as being their testimony?
Yes.
Okay. But she was asking you about the 1 unit retirement scenario and the differences in their load and resource position, which, as I'm not looking at the page here, but we're talking about roughly 100 megawatts of capacity. Does acquiring 100 megawatts of capacity, either from a new resource or from an existing resource that's available to SPS, does it present anywhere near the levels of difficulty as replacing all the capacity from all 3 Harrington units?
from a practical standpoint, it would be easier to replace 100 megawatts or procure 100 megawatts than to procure the capacity needed to replace the entire Harrington, all 3 Harrington units. Yes, would be.
And you're not a resource procurement person for a utility. Ms. Norman established that, but you've been involved in utility resource procurement cases. And do you know based on what you've actually seen that it is relatively easier in most circumstances to find 100 megawatts in the next 5 years?
100 megawatts can be more easily composed of a range of resources, efficiency, demand side management, small generation, much easier than replacing the entire 3 units.
Okay. And I think you were very clear that the 400 per kW for transmission adder came from SPS's testimony, or from what SPS's base case. Was there anything that you saw in Mr. Elsie's direct testimony that would have indicated that that was an inappropriately low number to use?
No, and the goal of my modeling is generally only to change inputs that I'm very confident in alternative assumptions around. And so by changing, I did not want to change that input because the company had not expressed concern around what I would consider its base input.
Ms. Norman asked you about the resources you had after 2030 that had characteristics like natural gas, but were not gas generators. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you know if battery storage has characteristics that make it as dispatchable or more dispatchable than gas units for capacity purposes?
Battery storage is a very good replacement, dispatchable resource, and it is being used in place of gas resources, in place of CTs even now.
Okay. Is there a likelihood that by the 2030 period that you modeled that the cost effectiveness of batteries could improve from the current?
Absolutely, yes. I think any industry expert would anticipate that battery storage costs and availability will be much better by 2030 than it is today.
Could I see that in the testimony? Where is that, Mr. Marks? About batteries.
Mr. Lennon, I don't think she mentioned it. She used a generic placeholder.
Right.
And
Was it in the cross-examination?
yes.
Which
I was. If you're suggesting I'm outside the bounds of, I'll move on.
yeah, I was suggesting that, and
I'd
rather you not testify as well. So, thank you.
During the break, were you able to refresh your memory about when you obtained the last of the modeling files you needed to run Encompass?
Yeah, I believe on October 28th, we got the modeling files.
Okay. And one last question. Ms. Norman brought out that when you corrected the errors and produced the Errata tables, under the higher load, the planning load scenario, the 3-unit retirement is no longer cost effective versus the company's plan, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does anything, did correcting the errors in your Errata, did that diminish the cost of the relative cost effectiveness of a 1-unit retirement?
No, I believe, if I can have 1 second to just verify and compare the two versions. So I believe it made the 1-unit retirement option actually more economically favorable and increased the cost savings relative to the convert all scenario.
Are you referring to table number 12?
I'm
asking the witness, Ms. Glick.
Table 8.
Oh, you're referring to top, wait, sorry. Just give me a minute to pull that up. Actually, you're referring to the two table 8s, am I right?
That is correct, yes.
Let me look at them both together before you go any further. Sorry, Counselor. I just like to know what people are talking about when they're talking about it. So there's the deltas and then there's a delta between the two, correct? And we're talking about the delta between the two. And there's no chart about the delta between the two. So in order to know the delta between the two, I have to look at both of them. And I'm looking at the two lines, the retire 1, which doesn't change, does it, for 2022 through 41, am I correct? It's 5 million?
That's SPS's modeling results. So
Oh, I'm
that
sorry.
is
Where are you looking?
the second set, the second chunk where it says planning load.
And not the financial load, which happens to be the same number, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're looking at the planning load. And retire all is 183 for the longer term. Negative, a positive figure. Okay.
So Mr. Marks was asking me about the retire 1 scenario, which
Well, I was
is
asking you compared to the retire all, wasn't he?
to the convert all.
To the convert all, which is the baseline, the 0, from which the delta is obtained of 62 long-term, 40 shorter term, which doesn't change, the delta to this, but the long-term does change. Okay, I got it now. See, that was really not easy to follow, but now I got it. Thank you, Mr. Marks. You know, if I had to have these two things in my hand to get a delta between the two things, and I can only imagine what people are watching on YouTube understand. So with that comment, I'll be quiet and I'll let you continue your redirect, Mr. Marks.
I have nothing further.
Okay, let me see. So we could do some recross within the scope of the redirect. Are you ready, or do you have any recross, Ms. Norman?
No, Your Honor, I do not have any follow-up questions.
Sounds good, because it's getting up to noon time-ish. Does anyone else have any recross within the scope of Mr. Marks' redirect?
I do, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, and Mr. McMillan, by the way, indicated negative, but he might after Mr. Magatko asked some questions. So let's hear from Mr. Magatko, please.
I'm sorry, Ms. Blake. I made it sound like I was done, but I'm back from the grave.
Within the scope, please, Mr. Magatko.
Within the scope, here we go. So, but for your recent evaluation of the rebuttal testimony of Ben Elsey, you would not have been aware of the Encompass software malfunction, correct?
It's possible that if I was reviewing the data in preparation for the hearing, I would have identified it, but it's impossible to know if I would have identified it.
So if not identified in the erratas that were recently filed, you're saying it was possible you could have announced this on the stand at the public hearing?
It's possible I would have identified it just upon reviewing my own analysis in evaluating rebuttal testimony, even if rebuttal did not directly respond to it.
Fair enough. Thank you, Ms. Glick. I promise this should be the last time. I'll see you later.
All right, Miss Lynch, are you there? I don't see you. Well, that's a negative. That's no response. So I'm going to presume that she's not. And she's not going to do any recross, obviously. Recross. Okay, are we finished with this witness, Mr. Marks?
Yes.
Well, we're going to go to Mr. Elsey. Are you going to try to recall her after Mr. Elsey by any chance? Good answer, because you guys have an agreement, I think.
We do.
You know, I was not intending to. Ordinarily, I can't anticipate what Mr. Elsey is going to say. So if you want to not excuse her.
Well, have the parties reached an agreement as to the procedure? And it did include Mr. Elsey testifying, but it did not include Ms. Glick doing any, I'm going to call it rebuttal to his new testimony.
It did not, and I think we should cross that bridge if we ever came to it.
Let's hope we don't. So,
Yes.
Ms. Glick, I'm sure Mr. Marks or Mr. Smith will contact you if it's necessary for you to reappear. Are you available later in the day? Do you know?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, just asking in case the answer was no. So you're released for now, and I think we are ready for thank you, Ms. Glick, appreciate it. You're very thorough, by the way.
Thank you.
And let's talk about taking a lunch break. What do you guys think? It's not quite noon, but it seems like an opportune time to take a break. Any objection, SPS lawyers?
Not at all, Your Honor. We welcome a lunch break.
Are we good with that, boss man, Mr. Smith?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for my levity. It's about midday, and Ms. Lynch, hi there. Did you intend to cross-examine Ms. Glick?
No, sir.
Thank
And a break is welcome.
Thank you. I was hoping that you would note that for the record, and I appreciate that. And Mr. McMillan, you good with taking a break?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you don't all have to answer, but how about an hour? Can we get some head nods? Okay, 1 hour. And we will be on recess and reconvene at, let's take an extra 8 minutes or so. We'll reconvene at 1 p.m. Thank you all. We're on recess. Thank you again, Mr. Lee. Appreciate it. So, Mr. Smith, we're off the record. You still there?
I am, yes.
Yeah, we can talk about anything, but not anything to do with the case. So I thought I'd ask you, you're a native of Oakland?
I grew up a little bit farther in the East Bay in a little town called Martinez, but I'm an East Bay native, although I've lived in other parts of the country, Boston, Portland, Oregon, Florida for a little bit as well.
Aren't you curious as how an East Coaster would learn to ski at Badger Pass? Or even had heard of Badger Pass?
I've not been to Badger Pass, but I've heard of it. So, I'm sure you get to do some skiing there in New Mexico, which I understand has some very nice skiing as well.
I ski at least every Saturday and Sunday for the entire winter. And yeah, I was living in the East Coast in Baltimore, but I traveled to Yosemite. I think it was 3 or 4 years in a row to take the ski week program at Badger Pass And I've been to Yosemite too many times really to count, but it's between 10 and 15 times. And that's not a lot for somebody that might live in Fresno or Merced, but it's a whole lot for somebody that lives in Baltimore.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
more
it
times,
is.
it's more times than I've been there, and I live about 4 hours from it. So that's great.
Yeah, I think we are still on YouTube, and we haven't said anything that contradicts any type of ex parte stuff or anything unethical. I just thought I might connect with you regarding that connection. I see
Yeah.
Mr. Marks is still there.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm here.
Mr. Marks, we're still on YouTube, so I can't, I just wanted to hope you didn't take it the wrong way when I asked you to not be testifying. That's a procedural thing.
Surely as a lawyer, you know that you go as far as the judge or the opposing counsel lets you go, right?
Well, you know what? Absolutely. And I
Yeah.
respect your advocacy. I was frankly exactly the same. I
Yeah.
would push it until somebody pushed me back
I mean, you know,
on behalf of my client.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I respect that completely. And this is not really prohibited ex parte communication. It's just procedural stuff. So, we're still on YouTube. It's still public what we're saying right now. But unless you have further comments, I will release you guys to do your own communicating amongst yourselves and eat your lunch.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Mr. Bagaco,
Hello.
do you remember when Mr. Marks told Miss Glick maybe she should slow down?
Yes.
I want you to know we got 94 pages in an hour and a half.
Wow.
That's a lot of pages by any court reporter standards.
Sometimes I get going pretty fast. I hope I didn't do that to you this time.
No, I was able to keep up. My wife said I sounded like I took a tone of voice with you. If I did, I apologize. I didn't mean to.
No, you're okay. We understand what you got to do. And it's funny. My folks back east in Philadelphia and New York and New Jersey and thereabouts, they're fast talkers, but I lived in Texas and the South for a long time, and they're slow talkers. So sometimes I'll be slow talking, and then sometimes I'll lapse back into fast talking. So when I do, you just say or do what you got to do.
It only makes the notes messy, but I can keep up.
All right, then. I'll do my best to keep it clear and even paced for you.
Okey doke.
You get paid by the page, don't you, David?
Yeah, I do, but that doesn't mean I want them all in an hour and a half.
Well, that's just like a lawyer increasing it or her billable rate.
Yeah, we are still on YouTube. Just keep that in mind. Hi, Mr. Marks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lennon.
You know, when I go, I've been in New Mexico 20 years or so. But I go back east and they say, you know what, Bob? You're talking really slow. Just saying, I'm not sure what it means.
I don't think anybody's ever accused your witness of being slow, Mr. Marks.
Well, you know, I'm originally from back east.
New York?
Yes.
Yeah. Which part?
Brooklyn.
Okay. Spent a lot of time underneath that train down in the you know, that elevated train in South Brooklyn near Coney Island?
Yeah. Really?
Spent a lot of time there.
Oh, you and I might have crossed paths. I don't know if it was before 1977 anyway.
Może być Panimayo? I said maybe yes. Do you understand?
Oh, okay.
Not quite.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the signs down there are in Russian, by the way. You probably noticed that.
Yeah, they are since. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Who are we waiting for? Miss Lynch, I think. Let's give her a little time. She's 1 minute late, but that's okay in New Mexico. Since we're being broadcast to the entire world on YouTube. Mr. McMillan, you there?
Yes, Your Honor.
I got a response out of you. That's good. I'm just teasing you, Mr. McMillan, because you seem very static. And I'm not saying that's bad. Static can be good, very good. I wish I could be more static, perhaps. Oh, Mr. Marks, you don't have that New York accent.
You know, my mother was a school teacher, so that helps some. And then it's just, and I've just been away so long. New Yorkers can still hear it, but it's certainly not.
Yeah, you might need to go back to refresh your New York accent.
You know, I find the climate of New Mexico much more suited to my disposition than New York.
Amen.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're still stalling a little bit. We're off the record, of course, Mr. Lee, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Oh my. You guys moved around on my screen. Now I have to reorientate everything here. I wonder if I can drag and drop. Oh my God, I can. Did you guys know you can drag and drop people? Isn't that interesting? I keep on trying to put everybody at the bottom and no. Oh my, what a treat. Now I can put the Sierra Club guys in the Sierra Club corner. Not quite. Okay. Mr. Bagatko, since you only show your shoulders, I put you at the top so I can infer that you actually have a bonum.
Today, yes, I do.
All righty then.
Judge, for
Yes, sir.
any post-hearing briefing discussion you may have later today, if it comes to that,
Yes.
the transcript will be filed, the complete transcript will be filed by close of business tomorrow.
Very quick. Wow. It's impressive. And SPS is going to get the big gigantic bill for that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we will have the post hearing discussion about scheduling, but well, we'll get there. As Mr. Mark says, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But I'm not sure I want that discussion to be on the record. So we may ask you to turn off the record and then maybe come back and put the agreement back on the record. If you could stand by, Mr. Lee.
Be happy to.
Thank you. Hi, Miss Lynch. How are you?
Oops. Oh, here we go. I'm good. Sorry about running a little bit late.
Okay, so we're going to get started right in now. It's about 1:05 or so. We're going to reconvene. Mr. Lee, back on the record. Good afternoon, everyone. It's now about 1:05 p.m., same day, February 17, 2022. We just took an hour or so for a well-deserved lunch break. I feel reinvigorated and ready to rock and roll and go with this hearing and make sure it happens and concludes today. There is an agreement between the parties, which I consented to. After Ms. Glick, we are going to, well, not we, but Mr. Bagatko is going to present on behalf of commission staff the testimony of Jack Seidler and have him, Sidler, and have him be subject to cross-examination. Is that correct, Mr. Bagatko?
That is correct. That's my one and only witness for this case.
Is he going to be joining you on that screen, or is he going to check in himself?
He should be checking into this Zoom proceeding as we speak. Let me just make sure he's not having some problems technically, okay?
Okay. Hi, Mr. Sidler. How are you doing?
How are you?
I'm good. So I just wanted to check that you could hear me and that we could hear you, and we can see you. I like that background. Was that a photograph shot today?
No, that's an eagle up at Lake Stanley by Denver.
Oh, okay. Well, it's snowy today here in Santa Fe, and there you go. There's the eagle head. And I thought you might have caught an image of the snow today.
Now, this was back in probably February of last year, actually, I think.
Okay. How do you pronounce your name? Sidler or Seidler?
Sidler.
Sidler. Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Lee, can we go back on the record?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're back on the record. It's about 1:08. Mr. Sidler is now here. Mr. Bogacco, let's have him sworn in and then you can call him and identify him for the record. Mr. Lee, please.
Would you please raise your right hand? You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter and opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Your witness, Mr. Bogacco.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Mr. Sidler, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You recollect filing some direct testimony in this case that we're here about today?
Yes, I do.
And have you received a copy of that I've provisionally marked as Staff Exhibit 1?
I have a copy of it.
And I trust and hope that everybody else has a copy of what I propose to use as Staff Exhibit 1 pursuant to my emails. But you do have that in front of you, Mr. Sidler. Would you please take a moment to go through that copy to make sure that it is a complete and accurate copy of what you caused to be filed in this case on January 14th, 2022?
It is.
And it's my understanding that you do not have any changes or corrections to make regarding what's been provisionally marked as Staff Exhibit 1. Is that correct, Mr. Sidler?
That's correct.
And if you were asked today at this public hearing the same questions that we see posed in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers to those questions change, or would they be the same as what we see there in Staff Exhibit 1?
They'd be the same.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sidler. And with that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move Mr. Sidler's direct testimony provisionally marked as Staff Exhibit 1 into the evidentiary record for this case, please.
Okay, SPS, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Marks,
No objection.
Mr. McMillan,
No objection.
and Ms. Lynch.
No objection.
Okay, there being no objection, Staff Exhibit number 1, the testimony, direct testimony of Jack Sidler is thereby admitted into the record as staff and marked, and it is Staff Exhibit number 1. Is he ready? There's no rebuttal, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, is he ready for cross-examination?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, please present Mr. Sidler for cross-examination by the parties. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure which one should go first, but I think perhaps SPS, unless Mr. Marks has a different opinion or Mr. Smith has a different opinion about that. Do you?
Either way, we do have just a handful of questions for Mr. Sidler. And
Okay.
we
All
can
right.
wait.
Let's go with SPS then, because they are the applicant. I typically allow the applicants to go first, unless of course it's their witness. SPS, will you be doing the examination, Mr. Santos?
Your Honor, we have no questions for Mr. Sidler.
All right, wow, that makes, they do that to me all the time. No, they don't actually. Mr. Marks, do you have any questions for Mr. Sidler?
Good afternoon, Mr. Sidler.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marks.
On page 6 at the top, you ask yourself, please briefly describe the process used by staff in reviewing the application. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, process used by staff, and you broke up a little bit.
In reviewing the application.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. When you say staff, does that mean yourself, or were there others who also worked on this project?
No, that means myself.
Okay. And when you reviewed this application, did you look at the modeling assumptions in the Encompass files that SPS produced?
I glanced at them. I'm not a modeling expert. We don't have Encompass, so we're not really familiar with how to use it or how it works. So, you know, my looking at it was cursory.
And same for the output files from the Encompass modeling?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to the filing of Ms. Glick's testimony, was staff aware that in SPS's Encompass modeling, Unit 1 is never dispatched?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. On page 10 of your testimony, you confirm based on your analysis that conversion of the Harrington plants to gas is more cost effective than installation of pollution controls on the coal plants, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did staff or did you look at the cost effectiveness of conversion versus replacement of the units?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And did you look at the cost effectiveness of conversion of only 2 of the 3 units?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And one last question. Did you know that Mr. Lennon rides a Goldwing?
Yes, I do. I've actually seen a picture of him on his bike in Israel or Lebanon, I believe.
Wow. Oh, I know why.
I do.
You remember the thing?
I do the newsletter for our Goldwing Club, and his picture was in the newsletter one. That's why I saw that name. I said, that name looks familiar. And
A small world.
of course, he was much younger, so I didn't recognize him at the time.
Okay, then.
Thank you, Mr. Sidler, and appreciate your appearing this afternoon.
You're welcome.
For the record, I don't believe we've ever actually met, have we, Mr. Sidler?
I believe we've met. I don't think we've ever had a hearing in front of each other than Zoom, but I think we met in the lobby of the Para building a few times.
Okay, thank you, sir. That wouldn't affect your testimony today or your written testimony, would it? And it has not, has it?
No, it hasn't.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And the fact that we're both a member of a motorcycle riding club wouldn't affect your testimony, of course, right?
No, in fact, Mr. Marks is more than welcome to join us. We don't discriminate based on make motorcycle.
How about the country of origin, though?
Doesn't matter.
The motorcycles.
No, we can still accept them.
Okay, then. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that brief interlude. That's okay if that's on the record, Mr. Lee. I just wanted to clarify that, you know, there's no bias in favor or against this particular witness. Where were we? Okay, so we had the cross by Mr. Marks. Mr. McMillan, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
How about Ms. Lynch?
No, sir.
And SPS said they had none, right? Okay, thank you again, Mr. Santos. I'm sorry, I just had to refresh in my mind. Is there any redirect, Mr. Bogatko?
In this instance, no redirect is necessary, but thank you for asking, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, believe it or not, I might have a couple questions, and within the scope of mine, you also would have a right to ask some questions. Okay, Mr. Sidler, I'm looking at page 4 of your testimony, and you recommend that the commission approve SPS's request, but then you also recommend additional conditions. That's correct, right?
That's correct.
I'm asking what is, if you know, the statutory or regulatory authority for attaching additional conditions to a CCN?
There's a section in statute that allows the commission to attach conditions to the CCN. I believe it's 62-9-6, but I might be off on the number.
That's a very familiar number. Let me, I got it right here somewhere in paper. Well, I can look at it later. I'm not going to do it now. Pardon me, I might have some other questions. Page 5, you were asked, what's the purpose of a well, actually, the form of your testimony is is question and answer. What's the purpose of a CCN filing? You answer the purpose is to give the commission the information necessary for it to determine whether the public convenience and necessity requires or will require construction or operation of a proposed public utility plant, right?
Yes.
That's your answer. So in this case, there's no construction of a plant, right?
No construction of a plant. No, it's modification of an existing plant.
And the plant, correct me if I'm wrong, but already was designed to run on alternative fuels. It's gas or coal, right?
To my knowledge, yes.
That's according to the testimony in this case and the application?
That's according to the testimony by SPS. I've never been to the plant. I've never verified it personally.
And the other thing about a CCN is that it would be for approval of construction. Is there any construction involved in this case?
Well, there will be construction involved in the gas pipeline and whatever modifications are necessary for the plant to actually convert to natural gas.
And that's a subject of approval for the commission in this case, right?
That it is, yes.
I'll ask you an easy question. Is this an abandonment case?
No, it's not.
Would you care to express the distinction between, say, an abandonment case and a CCN case? Would you please?
Well, an abandonment case would be the utility filing to actually shut a plant completely down and get rid of it, basically. Or to take it out of rate base.
Is this an abandonment case?
No, it's not.
Let me see if I have any other questions. So what are the criteria that the commission would use to determine whether or not to approve a CCN modification? Is it on page 9?
Yes, I know it's in my testimony. I'm just trying to figure out what page. Yes, it's page 9.
Okay, well, I can read them just like anyone else can read it. It's already admitted into the evidence. Is the commission allowed to consider anything other than these 5 criteria you have listed here?
I don't know. I'm not an attorney.
Okay, that's a fair answer. No problem. This is my only shot to ask you questions, you know.
Well, you can come to the club meeting and ask questions there.
Actually, I can't. I can't
Well, you
consider, I could ask, but I can't consider your answers in the,
Well, you can ask questions about motorcycles.
well, as you know, I don't come to the club meetings, do I?
No.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I probably should. Let me continue on. So does the city there suspend its converting? All right, well, I want to thank everybody for bearing with me as I paged through the testimony of Mr. Sidler and I looked at my notes, and bear with our unrelated small talk during the case. Since I've asked a couple questions, everyone has an opportunity within the scope of my questions to either rehabilitate or illuminate or just ask questions. So I'll ask Mr. Bragato if he has any questions within the scope of my question.
No questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner, but thank you for asking.
Okay, SPS, any?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Marks? Thank you, sir. Mr. McMillan?
No, Your Honor.
Or Ms. Lynch, any questions?
No.
All right, thank you very much. That makes it simple. I think we can release Mr. Seidler unless there's any objection. Mr. Sidler, thank you for being here and nice to put a face to the name, Mr. Sidler. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. All right, so our next witness would be Mr. Elsey. As agreed, he's going to be allowed to testify. Playing musical chairs down there at SPS. Here we go. Wow. Uh-oh, here comes that British accent guy again.
I'll try and keep it slow, Mr. Lee.
Okay, Miss Norman, you're going to call this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. And before I do that, just to touch on a practical issue, we distributed an exhibit yesterday afternoon, maybe evening.
I saw that. It said that this was his his testimony, but it really wasn't testimony. It was just some charts, right? And an Excel spreadsheet.
That's correct. The Excel version is the native copy for those who prefer to work in Excel. And then we provided a PDF version just for the exhibit sake. And that's the one that's labeled.
Okay, it just threw me when I saw that it was his testimony and it's really not his testimony,
Right.
But maybe I'm mistaken about that.
We might have referenced a live rebuttal in the file name. That may be,
Okay.
but I'm not sure.
All right, well, I've got it up on my screen and we can explain it. And if you want to move to admit it, that's up to you or whatever, however you want to do that. Shall we swear him in and begin?
Yes, please. We call Mr. Elsey back to the stand to offer live rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Swear him in. Oh, he's still under oath, isn't he? Was that from yesterday? I tell you what, I'd feel better if he was sworn in. Let's just do that. Mr. Lee, please swear him in.
Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Elsey, if you would, I guess, state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Ben R. Elsey.
And I want to ask you a question related to the Sierra Club revisions that we discussed this morning. When did you first receive revisions from Sierra Club?
I believe we first received revisions, or I first received revisions on Friday evening of last week.
Okay. And in what form were those revisions provided?
They were a PDF table with several tables.
Okay. And when did you next receive revisions from Sierra Club?
I believe we received some additional revisions on Saturday.
And do you recall in what format those came in?
There was perhaps some more PDF tables, but there was also some additional Excel workbooks.
Okay. And when did you receive the final revision from Sierra Club?
On Monday.
And upon receipt of that information, what sort of analysis or review did you perform?
I had little time to conduct a thorough, in-depth analysis of the workbooks themselves, but I conducted a high-level analysis just comparing the overall results of the updated analysis versus Sierra Club's original analysis.
I'm sorry, of the data analysis?
Of the updated analysis versus Sierra Club's original analysis.
Thank you, sir.
And in the first errata, as Sierra Club called it, did you see a reference to Ms. Glick saying she updated the wholesale load?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to confirm whether that happened in her revisions?
Yes, that was the first change that I checked and confirmed that Ms. Glick did update the wholesale load.
And upon review of that change, did it impact Sierra Club's modeling files the way you thought it would?
No, it actually did not explain the large change in Sierra Club's updated analysis compared to their original analysis.
And can you be more specific?
Yeah, sure. As I show on exhibit SPS 16, on the first page in table 1, the revised analysis, the total system cost between 2022 and 2041 is now approximately $11.5 billion in Sierra Club's revised analysis.
Can you stop for a second? SPS 16, are you referring to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, just give me a minute so I can see what that looks like. I don't think it's admitted into evidence, is it? No, there is no 16. So that's okay. You can refer to it, of course, but I certainly would like to see what he's referring to. I've got, let's see if I can find it quickly. Just give me a minute, please. You guys sent me a whole bunch of Excel spreadsheets, none of which I have opened, but I have to sort through them to find the exhibits that are labeled such as 16. Yes, go ahead.
Your Honor, this would have been an email yesterday afternoon or evening.
Oh, okay. So I started the most earliest, not the most recent. My mistake.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I have the email pulled up. Would you like me to forward it to you right now?
No, sir, because I just found it, but thanks, Mr. Bogatko.
You're welcome.
Phew, okay, so sorry about that, guys. Yes, now I have it in front of me. So sorry, please continue with your interrogation, please, your questions.
Mr. Elsie, before we return to the content of proposed exhibit 16, did you create this Excel workbook?
Yes, I did.
And what material did you rely on to create it?
I relied largely on Sierra Club's original testimony, the Errata notices, and also Sierra Club's work papers.
Okay, and previously you were commenting on your process of confirming whether the wholesale load had been added to Sierra Club's revised analysis. Could you just walk us back through your table 1 here on the first page?
Yeah, sure. In table 1, I am reviewing the total system costs between 2022 and 2041 in Sierra Club's original analysis versus their revised analysis. As you will see, the revised analysis has approximately $11.5 billion of total system-wide costs on a PVRR basis.
Total system-wide costs?
Total system-wide costs on a PVRR basis.
Thank you.
And how did that compare to the original amount in the original analysis?
In Sierra Club's corresponding original analysis, the total system-wide PVRR costs were approximately $10.5 billion. So there's approximately $1 billion increase between Sierra Club's original analysis and their Errata analysis.
And what is your reaction to that $1 billion number?
It is very improbable that the missing wholesale load alone would contribute to a $1 billion PVRR change.
And what makes you say that?
I try and show that in table 2 in the same exhibit. So, but what was the missing wholesale load between 2022 and 2026 was approximately 4.7 million megawatt hours. So to have a $1 billion increase, that would cost approximately $217 per megawatt hour to serve the load. That's approximately 10 times SPS's current system-wide average cost.
And the 4.7 million megawatts of total wholesale load that you've tallied in table 2, where did that data come from?
This was included in my rebuttal analysis initially, where I pointed out the missing wholesale load. This was also included in Ms. Glick's updated analysis. So this is the load she added in.
And then what are you calculating in the bottom 2 rows, the sort of little standalone table there?
This is what would be my expectation of change. So in order to serve approximately 4.7 million megawatt hours of load, just as a kind of a broad characteristic, if I assumed it would cost $25 per megawatt hour, I would expect to see an approximate $117 million change to her original analysis to her revised analysis.
And the $25 per megawatt hour that you've labeled as the SPS average system cost.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up on my end. Can you start the question again?
Yes, sir. The $25 per megawatt hour that you identify as approximate SPS average system cost, where does that $25 number come from?
It's my understanding from our current fuel reconciliation that our average system-wide cost is approximately in the high teens to early 20s dollars per megawatt hour. So I just rounded up to be conservative and assume $25 per megawatt hour, excuse me.
And so after considering this issue and identifying these issues, what did you do next?
So there's obviously several $100 million of changes that were not included in the Errata in terms of Ms. Glick's description. So Ms. Glick said all they added in was the missing wholesale load. Clearly there had to be other changes to drive this very large increase in system-wide cost. Typically, to have an approximate $1 billion worth of changes, you would expect to see some difference between the expansion plan in scenarios. Now, the expansion plan is the amount of new generation the Encompass model adds. And I try and show this in table 3 here. So, for example, in Sierra Club's original analysis, there was 11,276 megawatts of new generation between 2022 and 2041.
I lost you. Are you on page 2 of 3?
Yes, sir. I'm in table 3 in the 3rd column.
Got it.
Original analysis total.
Yes, sir. Okay, I see the total at the bottom. Got it. Sorry. Thank you. Go ahead.
And then in the revised analysis, there is only 7,689 megawatts of new generation added between 2022 and 2041. It doesn't make any sense that adding additional load between 2022 and 2026 would result in a 3,600 megawatt decrease in new generation.
And where are you narrating those numbers?
Of the bottom line in table BRE3 on page 2.
And so in this table 3, which of those options is creating the biggest difference?
The biggest difference is being caused by the decrease in solar generation. In Sierra Club's original analysis, there was 6,335 megawatts of new solar generation installed between 2022 and 2041. In Sierra Club's current analysis, there is only 1,440 megawatts of new solar generation between 2022 and 2041, an approximate 5,000 megawatt decrease. Again, this doesn't make any sense if all you're doing is adding additional load between 2022 and 2026.
So, Mr. Elzy, if you were adding additional load, would you expect to see new resources go up or go down?
I would expect them to remain the same at best, but potentially would increase to serve the additional load.
And so once you identified this issue, as you reflect in table 3, what analysis did you perform next?
My next step was to try and explain why there was such a significant decrease in solar generation. And I show that in the table below in table 4, also on page 2. In the third column entitled Original Analysis, we see the cost of Sierra Club solar generation in 2041. For example, the line 2030, that would be a solar project that was installed in the year 2030. And in 2041, the price of that solar resource would be $23.20 per megawatt hour. In the Errata analysis column, this is Sierra Club's updated analysis. It shows the new cost of that solar generation is $37.96 per megawatt hour, an increase of approximately 64%. Again, it doesn't make any sense that Sierra Club's cost of solar would increase just by adding in wholesale load.
And Mr. Elzy, did you listen to the hearing this morning when Ms. Glick testified?
Yes, I did.
And did you hear her identify that transmission adders were an item that was driving changes in her modeling?
Yes, Ms. Glick confirmed this morning my suspicions that Sierra Club had not included the transmission network upgrade costs in their original analysis.
So this is the second major issue you identified. Were there any others? Comparing the original analysis to the revisions the company received?
Yes, the next step in my analysis was I reviewed calendar year 2022 between, again, Sierra Club's revised analysis versus their original analysis.
And what made you think to do that?
I wanted to understand what was causing the $1 billion change in her analysis. In 2022, there was no new resources. So by isolating that one particular year, I could see if there were any other additional changes other than just the incremental cost to serve the missing wholesale load.
And why do you conclude that there were no additional resources added in 2022?
Again, I checked the expansion plan in neither Sierra Club or SPS's analysis included new resources in 2022 because it was just simply too soon.
And once you focused on that year, what did you start to notice?
Again, there was an unexplained increase in cost to serve load in 2022. And I'm showing that on page 3 in table 5. Here you'll see in Sierra Club's original analysis, there was approximately $127 million in fixed O&M. In their revised analysis submitted over the weekend, their revised fixed O&M cost in 2022 is now $164 million. So there's an approximate $36.6 million increase in fixed O&M that, again, would not be caused by the missing wholesale load.
And so you mentioned the year 2022. Why do you have additional years in table 5 through the year 2041?
After confirming Sierra Club missed fixed O&M costs in their original analysis, I then checked each and every year to see if they replicated this error. And that's what's shown in the rest of the rows on this table. So in each year, Sierra Club's original analysis also missed fixed O&M costs. When you total that cost up, it's approximately $500 million over the 20-year period.
And you did confirm that you heard Ms. Glick's testimony this morning. And did you hear her say there are other issues driving the changes in Sierra Club's modeling results?
Yes, I did.
And would this be an example of one of those issues?
Yes, this would absolutely be an example of one of those issues.
And are you aware of any other specific issues in Sierra Club's revised modeling?
But no, having only received the modeling update on Saturday, I was only able to do the very most high level review of her analysis.
And even with that high level review, you were able to identify these issues?
Yes, these issues were clearly not defined in Ms. Glick's errata.
And so when Ms. Glick explained this morning that she simply used the company's modeling inputs, do you agree that that's what she did to produce Sierra Club's revised results?
I believe that was certainly her intent for her original analysis. That's obviously not what happened in her original analysis. Now she's saying that's what's done in her revised analysis. I just can't confirm that's completely true.
And so, Mr. Elzy, what conclusions do you draw from your study and review of Sierra Club's revisions?
I would say Sierra Club submitted their original analysis. It was clear just by looking at the results that they missed the wholesale load. We then asked, we then pointed that out in rebuttal testimony. They then submitted an errata declaring one change. And it was clear after reviewing the results again at a very high level that there was more than one substantial change to their analysis. And
do you have any other thoughts in conclusion on the revised modeling that you've had a chance to review?
Again, only that I've reviewed it at a very, very high level for a very limited amount of time. There may, of course, be other errors or other changes that I have not discussed today.
And does this conclude your live rebuttal at this time?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer SPS Exhibit 16 into the record.
Okay, any objections, Mr. Marks?
No objection.
Is this something that you had agreed to admit?
Mr. Leonard, I will, and Mr. Smith maybe could jump in, but the first, no, we had not.
Okay.
I will say that tables 1 and table 1 is just him subtracting numbers from our exhibits.
Of course.
And
well, I didn't ask for testimony. I just wanted to know if it was part of your agreement to allow him to testify that you would also allow this document to be admitted without objection.
No, it was not, but unless Mr. Smith wants to weigh in, he's explained what it is, and I think it stands for what it is.
Okay, thank you. So no objection from Sierra Club. Anything from Mr. Bagaco?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, no objection to the admission of SPS Exhibit 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McMillan?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch?
No objection.
All righty then. So there being no objection, SPS Exhibit number 16 is admitted. Let me write that down on my little paper here so I don't forget. We never did Exhibit 13, 14, or 15. Is that correct, Ms. Norman, as far as you know?
That is correct, and we do not intend to offer those.
I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. So I appreciate that courtesy. Let me write down what this is. What do we call this? What's the name of this document, Ms. Norman?
We could call it LZ, Live Rebuttal Tables.
I like that. Rebuttal tables. Okay, thereby admitted into the record. LC Live Rebuttal Tables labeled SPS Exhibit 16. You're allowing your witness now to be cross-examined?
Yes, Your Honor, we do not have an objection to that.
Mr.
Would have done it
Leonard,
anyhow. Yeah, Mr. Marks.
Can Sierra Club have 15 minutes to confer with our experts since this is
Sure.
all new information to us?
Well, absolutely. So we'll take a 15-minute break. I think it's reasonable. Does anybody have an objection to allowing a 15-minute break because of this new testimony?
No objection.
Okay, it's one reason we have written testimony, but to avoid this kind of stuff, Mr. McMillan, no
No
objection, and Ms. Lynch, no objection.
No,
Okay, and of course, SPS, Ms. Norman, you don't mind, right?
No, Your Honor, we do not.
Okay, because this is an unusual proceeding, at least an unusual procedure for us. Sure, 15 minutes. It's now, let's see, for the record, it's 1:48. And we'll be back in about 15 minutes. See you all then. Thank you. Hi, Mr. Lee.
Hello, Judge.
You guys are timely as usual. I have actually set a little alarm on my phone so that I too can be timely. I'm going to close this. Miss Lynch, you look concerned.
There's just a lot going on.
Wow, a master of understatement, are you? There they are, Mr. Marks and Mr. Smith, having discussed all their cross-examination. Who's going to do the honors, Mr. Marks?
We're not on the record, Judge.
That's okay. That's fine, Mr. Lee.
It'll be Mr. Smith, who is at the bottom row on my screen.
Yes, he is on my
I'm
screen.
not sure. Are we still in the Sierra Club corner for you?
You are, sir. And we are off the record, but is everybody ready to go back on the record? You know, as you know, we're on YouTube even when we're off the record. It's just not transcribed. Okay, Mr. Lee, back on the record. Thank you, everyone. It's been about 15 or 17 minutes or so. We took a break. First of all, we kind of needed a break, which is normal. And Mr. Marks and Mr. Smith, I believe, wanted to confer about cross-examination preparation of Mr. Elsey. And it's a bit unusual because he's offering live testimony and a live direct testimony in a PRC hearing. And I thought it was appropriate to allow them a little time to prepare for their cross. And that's exactly what we did. Mr. Smith, I understand from our very short discussion procedurally off the record that you're going to do the cross. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Leonard.
Thank you. Continue. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Elsey. Nice to see you again.
And you, sir.
Let's just talk a little bit about the Encompass modeling and the error that you identified. You will recall earlier in your testimony in this case and throughout, we've talked a little bit about the Tolk analysis modeling and IRP analysis that was done contemporaneous with, or at least largely contemporaneously with the Harrington analysis. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that Tolk analysis was conducted using the same modeling platform. Is that correct?
I'm going to object. I'm not sure this is within the scope of the live rebuttal Mr. Elsey offered.
Would you like to respond, Mr. Smith? Go ahead.
I can, if I can ask a couple more questions I will get to. I think it'll
you know, Miss Norman, I leave a lot of latitude in cross-examination. Sometimes it's not to elicit even information, it's to attack veracity either of the witness or of the reliability of the data or testimony. So, you know, I let them go pretty long leash on these things, and more information for me is better than none. So go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lennon. And so, Mr. Elsey, the Tolk analysis and IRP analysis were conducted using the same kind of modeling platform, isn't that right?
Yes, they were.
And you'll recall during the Tolk analysis and the IRP in particular, there was a fair bit of back and forth between stakeholders and the company. You recall that?
Are you referring to the technical conferences?
The technical conferences, yes.
Yes, I do.
And I believe you were involved in several back and forth one-on-one discussions about the modeling and inputs in that process as well. Do you recall that? One-on-one with Sierra Club.
I remember having one meeting with Sierra Club. I can't remember the content.
Yeah, and I'm not, yeah, but in general, there was a back and forth of information that informed that TOLC and IRP analysis, right?
Generally, yes.
Yeah. And do you recall that during that process, Sierra Club identified an error that SPS had included in the modeling that supported the IRP and TOLC analysis?
No, I recall Ms. Glick or Sierra Club making several accusations of errors, most of which we responded to, and it was my understanding that staff sided with SPS on those contentious issues.
So what's the point of this line of questioning, Mr. Smith?
Well, the point is that that this modeling is complicated, and there are a lot of complicated assumptions that have impacts on the outcome of the modeling, and that errors are not committed simply by one party, but in fact, the company has committed similar types of errors in the past. And as the back and forth, ultimately what I'm getting at here, Mr. Lennon, is that this back and forth has furthered the process of gathering information and provides a fuller picture and more information for the commission to consider.
Okay. So that's an argument you might make in your closings, that kind of thing. I understand you're gathering evidence to put in your closing to support your argument. I get all that. But about a technical conference off the record, I presume, done during another proceeding, even though it concerns an error in modeling, which you allege is similar and further similar. That's all I really want to know about another case. So are you finished? Are you finished with your examination on that point?
I am. Well, I'm not sure that I understood if Mr. Elzy answered the question or not, but if he did answer the question, I think I am done.
Well, I think he said that there was an identified error in modeling, and that the company had responded to it. Something to that effect. I don't need to know the exact language right this minute. But I get your point. Your point is not well taken, but it's understood. I understand your point. And, after all the testimony I've heard, it's pretty obvious that this stuff is extremely complicated, not even a little bit complicated. It's extremely complicated. In any type of statistical analysis, there's a degree of certainty usually. You look at a regression analysis to find out if you plot data points and find out how far are they from a mean, you typically, I'm just giving you an example, you exclude the obvious extraneous results, the outliers, you take all these things out. There's a lot of considerations in analyzing economic data. And it has been, abundantly clear throughout the evidence here that this is extremely complex analysis. So that's the message that I'm getting loud and clear. I don't mind telling you, like I said, I don't hide footballs, but this is obviously complex analysis. And then you get to the interpretation, which is perhaps more important than the nitty-gritty bark of the tree, as I call it, the exact numbers, and how you plot the exact numbers. I mean, this witness just testified to a number of $500 million. It was a sum of the error over years. Not error, sum of the delta between the revised and original analysis. It's an astoundingly large figure. Is it a significant figure that it's a sum of the difference of the analysis each year? Maybe it is, but then again, maybe it's not. In my opinion, I'm not sure that 509 number is a significant number. So my point is, it's the analysis of them numbers rather than the absolute values, for example, or the nitty gritty of each little input, unless it's significant to the conclusion. So that's what I've been looking at and trying to digest. I'm just telling you so that you guys can construct your case more efficiently. Go ahead, Mr. Smith. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Lennon. I'll just have a couple more things, and I do want to turn to table 5, Mr. Elsie, the fixed O&M difference that you identified. And you were listening to Ms. Glick's testimony earlier today. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And I believe you testified here on server rebuttal that you listened to her explanation about the way that the adders were included in the initial modeling. Do you recall that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that including the wholesale adder, I believe Ms. Glick testified, back into the modeling would also have an impact on fixed O&M?
I haven't identified the problem Sierra Club encountered between switching between versions, so no, I don't know.
Is it reasonable to conclude that adding the additional wholesale load that we talked about earlier, I guess it was 1,300,000 approximately megawatt hours of wholesale load back into the system, would also have some increase in fixed operations and maintenance for the system?
No, absolutely not. Fixed O&M by definition is fixed across all scenarios. It doesn't change by load or demand. So I would expect fixed O&M would not change by increasing wholesale load.
Let me make sure I understand. So if you're adding 1 million megawatt hours of generation, that's not going to have any impact on fixed O&M costs?
No, not by definition. Fixed O&M would stay the same. Now, it would increase fuel costs, variable O&M, variable.
It would increase fuel costs.
And variable O&M.
Variable. Thank you.
It would increase fuel and variable O&M. Is that correct? That's what you
correct.
said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Do you dispute that, or you don't dispute or dispute Ms. Glick's testimony that the modeling, for whatever reason, initial modeling that Sierra Club conducted had excluded all adders that were in the initial files? Again, I can't speak for the problems Sierra Club encountered in their modeling.
Do you don't dispute that the errors seem to be a result of the updated modeling platform?
Again, I have no idea how the errors occurred. I don't work for Snaps.
Okay. Your Honor, I think that's all that I've got for Mr. Elsie. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate that. Mr. Bagatko, do you have questions for this witness?
No questions for Mr. Elsie, but thank you, sir.
Ms. Lynch?
I'm just going to ask one question. During SPS's modeling, at any time, did errors occur?
Not that I'm aware of. Sierra Club did not identify any errors in SPS's modeling that I agree with. They did identify one alleged error, approximately $4.5 million nominal difference, that I dispute my rebuttal testimony.
So you agree that Sierra Club identified errors?
No, I do not.
In SPS's modeling?
No, I do not.
I think that's
And
it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lynch. Mr. McMillan, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so I might ask a question or two, and you can, I'd rather do it now, so you could redirect your witness, including mine. Of course, my questioning is not cross-examination, not in the nature of cross-examination. And like I've told you guys before, whenever I have some issue rolling around in my head because I didn't understand something, I want to resolve that. So anyhow, I looked at this number 16, and you know, they say you can learn more from a question than you can from an answer. So you might learn more about where I'm at from my question, from my answer. But whenever I see analysis, and I thought I was looking at analysis where figures were reduced to present value when there's a stream of payments or costs or expenses through years. For example, we've got table 8, for example, that we were referring early, Sierra Club 1B. We got 2022 through 2024. We've got delta net present value. Then we got 2022 through 2041, delta net present value. But then we get to exhibit 16. Of course, it's a different table. And we're looking at 2041. Cost of solar installed year, okay. And then we get to table 5, and I could be wrong, but I don't want to compare a red apple with a yellow orange and orange colored orange. These figures are decidedly not reduced to net to present value. Am I correct, Mr. Elsey?
Yes, sir, you're absolutely correct. The figures in table 5 are not net present value. These are nominal numbers.
Thank you. That was messing with me a little bit. And thank you for that answer. That clarifies it for me. All right, so anyhow, that's the only thing that I had a question about that was making me think too hard. Since I asked that, well, you can include Miss Norman in your redirect if you have any responses or any questions you have for your witness based on my questioning as well. Go ahead, Miss Norman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Elsey, you recall questions from Mr. Smith about the company's modeling in other cases?
Yes, I do.
Were there any errors in the company's modeling in the IRP proceeding?
Not that I recall. Certainly not that were $1 billion.
No additional questions for Mr. Elsey.
Well, that makes it easy and to identify the scope if there's going to be any recross. Do I presume there is none, or do you want to have a go at it, Mr. Smith? Maybe. You only said there were no errors.
You're on, Mr. Lennon, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council have any questions within the scope of that redirect? Ms. Smith, your entire body is waving back and forth. Is that a no?
This is Kara Lynch, and
Ms. Lynch.
I have no follow-up questions for Mr. Elsey.
Thank you. You heard what I meant, not what I said. I appreciate that. And Mr. Bogatko, you have no further questions, right?
No further questions. Thank you.
Well, there we have it. I think we're finished with Mr. Elsey, correct? Miss Norman?
Yes, that's right, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'm looking at my notes, general procedural notes. Is he the last witness? Am I correct?
You are correct, yes.
Do you have any, well, I guess you could have an additional case other than the witness. Anything else to present? Miss, in rebuttal?
Your Honor, just briefly, may Mr. Elsey be excused?
Yes, absolutely. There be no other objection, right? Okay, fine, he's excused. Of course, your co-counsel can't testify and neither can you, but you could have an exhibit if you could somehow lay a foundation and you want to admit it on rebuttal.
Your Honor, we do not have it.
So that closes your case, right?
It does.
Okay, is there anything else from interveners? I don't know that there would be. Anything else from staff?
No,
Was it
sir.
also-
Thank you.
Okay. I think we've concluded the testimony. Does everybody agree with me? Yeah. Okay. I sometimes give attorneys the option to do a oral closing, but this case is so complex and has proceeded. Well, maybe it's complex and maybe it's not. I'm not even going to draw that conclusion, but it's been long. The testimony has been substantial and pretty dense, if you will, D-E-N-S-E. So I presume that you guys want to do some type of written closing. Correct me if I'm wrong. Has there been any discussion among council to agree on dates for producing written closings? No discussions about it? Okay, then let's
Yeah, Your
call.
Honor.
You have, Mr. Santos?
No, I said not yet, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Santos. Well, I think I mentioned, let's go off the record, Mr. Lee, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. We're off the record now. I just don't see reason to waste transcript pages. Of course, the public can hear us discussing this stuff. There's a deadline on this case. I think it's 9 months. And, when you see something like 9 months, it's not a quantity of days, quantity of months. And I think it runs since filing. I wasn't even sure about that either till I looked at the rule, not the rule, the statute. So 9 months, I think, from August 6th, which was, I believe, the filing date, would expire on May 6th. Does everybody agree on that? Okay. So I got my May 6th calendar in my hand, and that's a Friday. But the commission, I'm going to presume that they still meet on Wednesdays. I think I went through this before, but that would be Wednesday the 4th would be the last date they could consider and issue a decision. I mean, I don't even like waiting to the last date. So let's be safe. Call it the 27th, the day when they would rule upon. Because, sometimes things happen. Sometimes there won't be a quorum. I don't know. There could be lots of reasons. But let's just say April 27th to be safe. That gives us a week of buffer. So I need to write an RD. It's not like it's the only thing I do, but let's give me 2 weeks from the 13th. No, I'm sorry. OGC needs to have it at least by the 20th, my RD, and giving me 2 weeks would be the 6th. I'm actually in a CLE with the Judicial College until the 7th. So that gives me one less business day, the 6th in the entire week of the 15th to put something together. So what I'm saying is I really want the deadline for any type of rebuttal to a closing to be in my hands like April 1st or so. All right, so I'm just going to ask if you guys have any kind of a pinch. So for the rebuttal to be on April 1st, I would think the primary closing would be no later than March 18th. And these are, I'm even thinking those are close dates. So if we could even push it back further, say the closing would be in my hands on the 11th of March and maybe a rebuttal, because the rebuttal should be shorter actually and easier to prepare, the 18th. So I'm proposing, and I'm welcome to hear any comments or any suggestions, that the closing be on the 11th. You guys you're going to have that transcript pretty fast. So that gives you 3 weeks to do a closing. That's a lot of time. 3 weeks to do the closing till the 11th. I know you're busy. And then the 18th for rebuttal, March 18th. Any comment on that? Any suggestions? Let's go around. SPS, do you like those dates or do you have other dates? And I'm all ears, by the way. Go ahead, tell me.
Your Honor, we're fine with those dates.
Do you think there are any other dates that could be better?
You know, under the rule, Your Honor, I think you could ask for the initial briefs by actually March 9th. We would be fine giving you a couple of extra days there too. So your suggestion of the 11th is giving us a couple of extra days on the rules.
Well, I like March 9th better, and I'll tell you why. Because whenever I say send something by a date, it comes at 4:55 p.m. in the afternoon. And 4:55 p.m. on a Friday is not as good as 4:50 p.m. on a Wednesday. So I like your suggestion of the 9th, and then we would, yeah, good. So Mr. Bagatko, do you have an opinion or a suggestion?
So right now we have March 9th and March 18th on the table. Is that correct?
Well, March 9th and March 16th. Let's call it that.
Let me just check real quick here. I think I can make that work. And as a point of clarification, you've been using the terms written closings and rebuttal. I take it that those terms are analogous to the concept of initial post-hearing briefs and response briefs. Is that correct, Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yeah.
right.
You're hearing some of my East Coast live trial things. We call them closings, in open court. So yeah, you can call it that, brief and reply brief.
Thank you.
So you're good with the 9th and the 16th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's check with Sierra Club. Mr. Smith, is that okay?
Mr. Lennon, we would be fine with the 9th. I would respectfully ask that we have till that Friday, the 18th, on the response due to other conflicting litigation deadlines that I have. I'd greatly appreciate just that extra 2 days.
Well taken. Depending on how long it is, I don't know if I'm going to read all that stuff over the weekend. So the 18th really effectively becomes the 21st. Just telling you. So yeah, that's well taken. Let's keep going around. Mr. McMillan, do you have any problem with the 9th and the 18th? And there's of course no obligation to do a reply on the 18th.
There's no problem with those dates, Your Honor.
And Miss Lynch, 9th and 18th.
I have no problem with that schedule.
Let's go back to SPS, 9th and 18th.
Your Honor, we're good with that schedule.
And Mr. Bagatko, we switched up a little bit, 9th and 18th.
No opposition to that accommodation. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Post-hearing briefs will be due. Close of business March 9th, and any response thereto on March 18th, close of business. Let's put that on the record, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Lennon.
Okay, we just had a off-the-record discussion. It was really not necessary to have it on the record. We were discussing post-hearing deadlines for written post-hearing briefs, which I sometimes call closing arguments, or they're sometimes called summations and things like that, various names. But all the parties will well, they don't need to do it simultaneously, but the deadline is simultaneous. If they're all due on March 9th, close of business, which is usually 5 o'clock Mountain Time, and any response thereto would be due on March 18th, close of business. Did I state that correctly, counselors? Yes, I think so. Is there anything else we should be discussing before we conclude this hearing today?
Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yes, sir.
I would only extend my thanks to the parties and their counsel and their witnesses for a relatively smooth and amicable proceeding. I know we don't always agree on everything, but everybody's professional and polite and courteous, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate your work on this case, sir. Thank you.
You're a thunder thief. You know what that is? Someone who steals someone else's thunder. But
I'll try to stop doing that. My apologies, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Please go ahead.
It's all good, Mr. Bagato. I wanted to thank everybody as well because tough case. It really is, especially since Sierra Club's got two guys double teaming us all. But it was a tough case, and I want to appreciate Mr. McMillan and Ms. Lynch for being prompt with their responses when I asked for concurrence. Are there any other questions? And thank you, especially SPS. They've been switching lawyers on us. How about that? They are pretty tricky too. And I meant that in the best way possible. I really do. Any other, and this is, it really is good that we can treat each other with respect. We're all members of the bar. Some of us are members of different bars, and there are subtle differences in different jurisdictions, which is interesting in itself. But I appreciate you all working with me, and I appreciate you dealing with my idiosyncrasies, of which I know there are many. Any other council would like to add? Anything from SPS?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very succinct. Mr. McMillan, anything?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lynch, anything?
No.
Anything to add from Sierra Club, either?
Just, we thank you, Mr. Lennon, for your obvious attention to the evidence in this case and for your time. And we also thank the other counsel and agree with the other words that have been said.
Mr. Smith, anything more from Sierra Club?
I think Jason, I think my colleague expressed it very clearly. Thank you very much for all your time.
Thank you. That being said, this hearing is now concluded. We'll adjourn. I will shut off the YouTube feed and I will end the Zoom hearing. Thank you all. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Off the record, thank you very much, Mr. Lee.
You bet, Judge.
Thank you.
You'll get yesterday's transcript later today.
Well, I saw the informal draft one came in.
You got the first one already. We sent it out last night. We sent out the first day.
You guys are amazing. Do you have somebody behind that wall typing this stuff?
I do.
Absolutely amazing. You know, I come from back east.